Oh, that's working. The hell? Man, YouTube is so weird with their shorts. Why come no worky? Let me give you guys a second. What's up, Leon? No intro. We just jump straight into it these days. I just fixed my starting screen. I had this for a little bit, but we had to get some shit rolling to fix that, whatever. But we're good. I think we are good. I am kind of annoyed right now. I spent so much time setting up the damn website for what do you call it, like the short streaming aspect, and it looking like it ain't doing its job right now, chat. But it's okay. We'll use this stream as like a test run for all of that stuff, and then we'll be good to go. There's a lot to talk about. Okay, here we go. More than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one stream to primary ingestion URL. And then what, YouTube? Tell me. To the backup. Okay, so backup. Hold on. This is so weird. YouTube's like, you know, Twitch just took the live feed and was like, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll use this. We're good. YouTube, I have to actually like manually configure this, which has been the story of my life forever. But give me 1 second. Let me just grab that. Chat, we have a lot to talk about, man. There's a lot of FF7 stuff to talk about. There's a lot of personal channel things we got to talk about. I will say straight up, we failed our July goal. I'll be the first to admit it. I did not execute. I did not exceed at what it is that I wanted to do. But you know what, man? You just got to keep it moving. And we'll be good. Let me see if this will fix here. Da, da, da. All right, did that fix it? No? Did it work? I can't tell. I did a whole customization aspect with Atom, and we have like the virtual, they call it the vertical cam setup and whatnot, but it is, I don't think it's working. It's not working on YouTube. Yo, Pat, thank you so much. Appreciate the 200 jewels, my friend. Life's been lifing, you know? Trying to get better at it, but can only do so much, right? Okay, why is this doing that now? That's weird. Okay, this is not making any sense. I'm so mad at YouTube right now. I set up the vertical cam plugin for YouTube, and it is like not working right now. Give it 1 second, chat. I'm just trying to get back situated. It's been a couple of days, and now I got so many different friggin' windows to look at. Twitch is working perfectly fine. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that as well, King Coles. That's a big topic of today's stream, whether or not it will, because it's weird, because PlayStation said they're going to start the production of physical media in 2028. FF7 Revelations coming out next year, 2027. So they should have the capabilities to be able to do physical for at least one more year and take full advantage of that, especially since Square Enix is crying and bitching about sales and not wanting to talk about it publicly. I feel like you would generate so much more sales if you were to incentivize and hype people up on the fact that, hey, physical stuff is going away. If you want the full collection, here's a trilogy pack of Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation. But what do I know? I'm just a fucking YouTuber. All right, hold on. I'm gonna turn off the YouTube short stream for a second and turn it back on after I check this. Man, that's the thing though. It's not using the proper stream key. Open world fatigue? I've personally not seen those thoughts or chatter about that. Personally, I'm not fatigued with open world. As a matter of fact, I felt like with Rebirth, we didn't get enough. It was very, for what it offered, it was very bare bones, you know? And they kind of like delegated all the endgame shit to being in VR again, like they did in Remake, even though they had this big, massive open world. I think that they need to find a better way to utilize its world and regular gameplay elements, and we'll be fine. Damn it, chat. I'm kind of annoyed right now, man. This YouTube feed shit ain't working. Of course, it's beautiful. Well, I guess I'll just have to disable the YouTube short stream because it says it's tanking with our shit, so I don't want to deal with that. I'll have to figure that out later. I'm just waiting for this thing to update on my end. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm so sorry. Like I did an unlisted test stream and it was working fine. Now it's telling me that it's the same server code and all that shit. So we gotta switch it up, which I'm gonna do. It's working fine on Twitch though, which is good because they've actually configured their platform to using that properly. How's the stream looking over on YouTube, chat? Give me some updates. How's it looking on you guys? Is anybody looking from the shorts feed? Yeah, the issue is that it's not picking up the proper server. Oh, you have to create a whole brand new one? Okay, hold on. I think I got it, chat. I think I could do that live, actually. Give me 1 second. Can I? No, I can't. Of course, I can't. Fuck ass YouTube. I gotta create another window. This website sucks, dude. It's like, that's not even the thing. Why would it tell me to do that if that's not the actual way to go about it? Yeah, vertical, manage. Man, that's so dumb. Okay, whatever. We'll just I'm just gonna revert back to it. That's disappointing because I thought I had it figured out, Chad. I thought we were gonna be able to do this together. But it don't look like it's working, so we'll just go back. Hi, everybody. Hello. I've missed you all, man. What's everybody been up to? Finally catching a live. Let's go. Well, to be honest, this month we have not gone live as much as I really wanted to, and a lot of it is my fault. It's been feeling like crazy overwhelming, man. So much to talk about, so many games to work on behind the scenes, so many reviews. There's an exciting game next week that will be dropping that I got some cool videos I'm working on for that, but also lots of family stuff, a lot of family like IRL events, a lot of things that we've been having to attend, which is cool, no problem there. But obviously you can't always make it to these things, and it gets in the way with work, so it's one of those things, you know. It is what it is. Catch up on you guys, man. By the way, shout outs to Leon, Kaspov, King Coles, Easy Mid. Hi, yo, Easy Mid. I haven't seen you in forever. Hope you've been well. Sunny, Luca's Army Girl, Mick, Ghost of Corel, JR Coffee, Anthony, Beansay, Rohald. What's going on, Dark Raven, Red Gaming, Red Dragon? How you been, man? Pat, Normal Child, SDO, Emiliano. Sorry about that. Missed you guys. It has been a while, and there's a lot to talk about, man. I just feel like the last 2 weeks have not gone the way that I was hoping that it would. And there are some good news, some actual amazing news, which we are. I'm sure a lot of you guys will really like what we have to talk about. Let me close my office door. I forgot to do that though. Give me a second. Yes. Hey, can everybody hear me? How are we on the audios? My chat. You're away from military. Oh, snap. Let's go. You downloaded the FF8 live videos? When you get a chance, check out the platinum video we did for that. So those live streams where we go through an entire game, get the platinum trophy and all that stuff, they get edited into a comedic style, lots of heavy edits video, kind of like a movie. So like after you finish watching the lives, of course, you can go back and check out the full video, but the full video has like a bunch of edits and like comedy and humor and shit. So I've been trying to do that for a lot of games. We recently just did FF7 Rebirth, and chat, I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, I don't know if you guys are in our Discord, where you basically can hear me bitch, cry, and complain about my struggles with software and PC. So I just kind of want to catch up with you guys for a second before we jump into this stuff and talk about what I've been going through and how July has been, right? So in the beginning of July, most of you know that around the 7th or 10th, I think, we platinumed, finally did all the challenges in FF7 Rebirth, and it was fun. It was a really great stream. But also, when I started to edit that stream into the video that we've been trying to do, it was not fun. Not fun at all, actually. We ran into a lot of issues, a lot of roadblocks, and a lot of problems. Where my editing software, I was using Sony Vegas 22. Vegas 22 kept crashing, and it would take 2 hours. Literally would take 2 hours to open up FF7 Rebirth, the video files and the edits and stuff that we've done. So I would have to wake up earlier, open up my PC, turn on the editing program, let it do its thing for 2 hours, and then I go around the house, do whatever, you know, other objectives and shit that we got to do. And then by the time I come back to the PC, hopefully within the 2 hours, the program would be open, which it would be. And then I would edit, make changes here and there, but we kept running into an issue. Every so often, when I would make an edit, when I would make a change, the PC would crash. And this kept happening. It kept ruining my workflow to the point where I got almost, like, for the first couple of days, I got nothing done with the edits. It was mostly audio shit. So that really consumed a whole week of mine, which ruined a lot of my editing for other content that I was supposed to do, but I couldn't do because the software just kept crashing. So I got a little fed up. I got annoyed. I was like, man, fuck this. What is happening? Did some deep dives, talked with a lot of other creators, and Baby Seal gave me some good insights and points, but ultimately it came down to 3 of my RAM sticks are fucked. 3 of them are basically dead. I have 4 RAM sticks, which I also found out is bad. I shouldn't be running 4 RAM sticks. I should be running 2, right? Because my CPU and my whole setup is dual channel. It's not a quad channel, it's a dual channel. So I've been putting unnecessary stress on the CPU and on the entire motherboard itself by having 4 channels. Didn't know that. Did not know that. Actually is a thing that people recommend, that you dual channel it up and use like 2 sticks, like 2 32 gig sticks, right? I was using 4 16 gig DDR4 sticks, and I've been using these sticks since 2021. 3 of them, I did an individual test. I did a memory diagnostic. It said I have RAM, actual hardware issues. I did a test one by one in the proper slots, right? And only found 1 stick is working properly. The other 3 kept crashing. So realistically, I kept losing my progress and the PC kept shutting off because of this. Dude, I got a little lucky though, Anthony. While that happened, right? And obviously that's a pain in the fucking ass. The RAM is made by G-Skill, and G-Skill, it turns out they have a lifetime warranty for specifically this situation, this issue that I'm having. So I talked with them, they set up an RMA, and I sent out the RAM. So then I tried working on, okay, 16 gigs of RAM. You can't do that at all, especially with a 4K monitor and 4K editing and stuff. You just can't. The program was just fighting me over and over again about it. But the cool thing is, I wasn't crashing anymore. But I went through my old PC setup. I posted some videos about this. I had in 2017, 2016, I built 2 PCs. One was for streaming, one was for gaming. And that's what we started making content on. Those actually had DDR4 sticks in there. So I was able to find, I guess, again, another 4 sticks of RAM, but it's 8 gigs. So it's 32 gigs. So I got 32 gigs in the gaming PC, and I got 32 gigs now in the streaming PC. I want to eventually get back to the point where I can get 64 gigs, but properly in a dual channel in the gaming PC, because that's where I edit and stuff. So got that situated. We now are running good, but here it gets even better. I decided to switch. Let me see if I can show you guys here. I decided to switch from Vegas 22. This is Vegas 22. I decided to switch from Vegas 22 to the latest Vegas, Pro 2026. It's made by Boris. It's not owned by Magix, and it's not owned by Sony at all. Like, Sony hasn't been in the picture for a while. But Boris, that makes Vegas, has figured out all the fucking problems. All of the... I keep cursing because I'm just so passionate about this, chat. You have no idea for the last 2 years what my editing life has been like because of the issues with the RAM that I didn't realize was actually causing the crashes on my PC. But not only that, Boris opens up crazy fast. I can open up projects in this lightning speed. So the FF7 Rebirth project, which was taking me 2 hours in Vegas 22 to open up and use, now it takes 15 minutes. You have no idea how amazing that is. And not only that, I can edit without the program glitching on the timeline. It doesn't stutter at all. It runs really buttery smooth in the Boris FX version of Vegas 2026. I'm blown away by this. It runs amazing. It is probably the most smooth I've ever had any software run. I don't want to jinx it, but I've been crash proof for like the last 4 days that I've been using it. No issues at all. And shout out, yeah, WG Skill, because they honored the RAM. So I will be getting my RAM back. It's just gonna take like 2 weeks though. So yeah, the sub count dropped. I mean, that happens, Cray J. It's just I haven't been streaming as much, so it's just like people. A lot of it was like gifted subs and whatever. But we are back in good spaces. So like if I do, you could do this one. So I just want to show you just how quick Boris opens up, man. This is crazy that this window is actually popping up and open, and capture card flickered. All right, normally it's faster than this. This is actually taking a little bit longer. But basically, long story short, man, my editing problems are no longer a problem, man. I mean, look how fast this opened up, you know? And it's like, I can actually, before when I would click on something, the back still can't load, and try to play. I can't get over this. I storm and try to like click on a timeline, go around and stuff to work on installation. But it was never this fast at all. It would take sometimes 2 seconds to 3 seconds in between clicks to actually view and edit that I was doing. I'm just completely blown away by this new editing software. So, to kind of give you guys another cool update as well, because like I said, there's just been a lot of things going on. I've been really busy. Where is it? So now on top of my RAM situation being fixed, no more crashes, my editing software is working perfectly fine. No issues at all, no crashes. And by the way, the rebirth video will probably be out next week because of now I'm able to actually work on it properly without having to take too long and with all the crashing and stuff. My internet. I've fixed an issue that I've had where I'm paying for 1,000 gigabytes download and upload with my fiber. I was never able to reach over 1,000. It was always kind of stuck in like the 800 range, 900 range, which is natural for most people. But that was because my router and my modem only has one port that's over 1,000. So no matter what combination I did, trying to get it to work with my other router in any type of bridge format, it was just not working. There was no way that I could actually get these to communicate with each other and get over 1,000. So I bought a $30 TP-Link 5 gigabit port that has more Ethernet ports on it that are all 5 gigabits or more. I put that in the actual router itself, hardwired everything just like how I normally have it. And now we are over basically 1,000. We're at the 1,300 mark of our download and upload. So that's another issue that I fixed. So my internet is cracked out now. My RAM situation has been fixed and will be getting better. And we have a better editing software. And what's crazy about this is going to speed up my editing because between my two PCs, when I'm editing, they often pull files from the other one. So it's constantly pulling network data and videos from the other PC and the way that it works. So now my editing flow will be even quicker. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update on that. It took about 10 minutes to really go through and explain all the issues I've been going through. But chat, you have no idea. Yeah, a lot of people keep coming in here like, hey man, I haven't seen you streaming since last month. Well, this is why. You know, we had issues with actual hardware issues with our RAM that we fixed, actual program issues with our software that we fixed as a result to the hardware too. And now our internet is even better than it was before. I'm getting roughly 300 plus more. Actually, no, 400 more. 400 more megabits per second on download and upload because I was only reaching like 850 before. What's up, Ghost? No, I actually have just Vegas Pro, not the full suite. What's up, Optic? That's insane, King. Yeah, right now, if I wanted to buy 64 gigs of RAM, I looked at the prices, man. They're over $700. I hate the situation technology is in today. It fucking sucks. Oh, but chat, I'm so happy. You have no idea, man. I'm so happy. I'm excited. I'm kind of mad because the Rebirth Platinum video should have been out 2 weeks ago. So we've essentially figured out all of our issues. And then like Grand Blue came out, and Grand Blue, I was kind of I'll say I was kind of annoyed at the devs because I was told I was going to get early access, and then they didn't give me early access. And then I see they gave everybody else early access, and it kind of annoyed me because now I have to play through the game in order to be able to make content on it properly. And I still do want to make content on the game. It's just going to take more time. But yeah, man, it's just been a really busy and hectic last couple of, I don't know, how long has it been? It's been like a week or so? Yeah? A little over a week since I've pretty much got these fixes. And then I had to go away. I had to go away this last weekend for a family party, a little family event. Why isn't this one... Okay, why is this address not working? Sorry, my Streamlabs is just not cooperating with me today. Give me 1 second so I can pull the dashboard up, because I'm trying to, like, in my OBS I usually have a side window that kind of shows me all the alerts from you guys. Yeah, basically it's the price of a PlayStation 5 for RAM for your PC. No, ain't nobody's happy about that. I don't bring this up again. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Thank you. All right, we're good. What's up, Crownless? How you been, dude? I also missed the fucking Tokon beta, and it's like I was seeing nothing but good news about it. I physically could not play. I was way too tied up, man. We had way too much stuff going on. I was not home, and I was gone for 4 or 5 days. So I missed all of that. Tokon releases next week? What day? What day does Tokon release next week? Thank you, King. Dude, it's just insane, incredible. But I just want to give, a shout outs to you guys. It's just been such a fucked up month, man. I was hoping July would have been a smooth month, because it was like, oh, okay, only Grand Blue's coming out. We're gonna finish the Rebirth Platinum video. We'll have all these things out in order for us to play. But literal hardware nightmare. RAM died. Programs crashing nonstop. Had the quick thought to like, oh wait, I have old PCs here. Let me grab some RAM out of them. Thank God they were DDR4. So we're able to still be good. And we fixed our internet. So it's like we had to suffer a little bit. Like the second half of this July was kind of cheeks. Had to suffer through all of that, but now it's like seemingly fixed. And will be fixed. So I'm happy. I'm grateful. Appreciate you guys. It's been an insane one, and that's why I've been so behind, like I keep getting like updates on things that are happening, and I'm like, I can't actually make a video on that because of the issues that I'm running into with the hardware shit. And it's just been like the worst content creator luck. The 6th, it comes out on Thursday. Fuck my life. Beast of Reincarnation comes out next week too. But yes, Cray J, to answer your question, The sub count did drop because technically we've only streamed twice last month, and I get it. Like nobody's gonna resub if you're not continuously streaming. So unfortunately, our goal of 777 is we took a little bit of a step back, you know? Like we did miss a couple weeks, but we're gonna work our way back up there and get to a better spot. I think we left off at 350, which was like an incredible number, but we'll get back there eventually. So it is what it is. Yeah, I know. I got incredibly lucky, Colin, that those RAM sticks were all the same. They were DDR4 and at least 32 gigs. You have a streaming schedule? No, actually. I used to have a streaming schedule where I would stream consistently on a Monday, Tuesday, sometimes Wednesday and Friday. Like Friday was always a guarantee for us, but we would interchange like Wednesday and Thursday with each other. But no, because I've been thankful and grateful that in the beginning of our career on YouTube and doing this stuff, we were community funded. We were like, you guys' like subs, donations and stuff helped a lot during 2020. And after that, in 2021, I was able to make significantly more on ad revenue and stopped kind of prioritizing stream, which was, it sounds stupid now when I say it, because I didn't want to have to be dependent on communities. I wanted to be able to do like ad revenue and like sponsorship wise, fund myself that way, and that worked out really well. But because of that, we lost our stream presence. So a lot of people in our community no longer are here or even are aware that we go live because of that. And it's something that, you know, over time could just get better at and continuously do. And now I'm in a better spot where I have consistent sponsorships. I have consistent viewership on regular videos and streams and stuff. So now we can kind of get back to the things that we love and the things that we were doing, right? Yeah, what's up, Scripture? We do a lot of FF7 stuff and RPGs in general. Let me put on some music. I just realized that that song just ended. So, give me 1 second. But we do all kinds of RPG stuff. Let's play. Start with our good old reliable. Yeah, I think we'll work towards getting a proper schedule eventually. That's ultimately the goal, always, is to get to a more consistent point. That's the first part. You like it? Nice! Yo, Expedition 33 is an amazing game. A lot of our videos will be spoilers for it, so I don't recommend you look at our videos for Expedition 33 until you've beaten the game. Just because it's mostly combat related and gear related, so a lot of that stuff can be spoilers. I appreciate that, Scripture. Thank you. Oh, Dio, man, how you been? When's the part 3 demo? If I had to make a guess based on the last couple times that they've done demos, Square Enix that is, they've always done it a month before the game comes out. And now as far as like playable demo for like early preview stuff, that could probably be like Tokyo Game Show. That's what it was last time with Rebirth. Yeah, when Rebirth was coming out in 2023, Tokyo Game Show had a playable demo there. And then I was invited to play it myself at TwitchCon. That was back in 2023. Oh, I'm very excited for FF7 Revelation. We have a lot to talk about for Revelation 2, which we're going to get into just now. Just wanted to kind of catch people up on what my last couple weeks have been like, why there hasn't been much content on the channel, and Hopefully going forward we have no more issues. I will say it does feel good not crashing anymore. We have not been crashing at all, so it's feeling great. All right, let me see if I do. Yeah, don't do that. What's up, Crownless? This is a launch trailer for Tokon. If you haven't seen it, I'll have this open and we'll put on this window here so I can watch it after we finish catching up on all the stuff, because there are a lot of articles that we're going to go through just now. And I thank you for that, my friend. There's just a lot of cool updates, man. There's a lot of cool things that we got to talk about. Thank you, King. Appreciate that. Well, enough of my bullshit. How are you guys? How have you been? How have you guys been these last 2 to 3 weeks since we've last seen each other? Has anybody been playing Grand Blue? Thank you guys for the 22 likes, by the way. The likes really do help out the stream a ton. I really do appreciate it. Trying to get back to a more consistent thing. Busy with work. Nice. It's always a good thing being busy with work specifically. Some of the things I'm excited to see in Revelation, I want to see exactly how the world interacts with the High Wind. I want to see just how quickly and seamlessly we can access the High Wind, get in it, leave the High Wind, jump back out into the open world. And not only that, world usage. I want to see them use more of the world for challenges, for bosses, for secret things. I want to see how much more of that is revealed to us. That's what I really want the most from Revelation. That's amazing news, King. Holy crap. Congrats to you and your family. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we also got to talk about the Final Fantasy VII raid event that'll be coming to 14. They haven't showed anything of that yet. They just have like the screenshot of the character skins that'll be coming to it. Like, there's no actual footage of what the event is, just the key art. Which is funny because it's the same as that key art for Remake from 2017. That's beautiful, King. I'm so happy for you guys. Been grinding some Grand Blue. Nice, nice. Oh, while I have you guys here, chat, everybody, type ! Discord. We did some restructuring to our Discord community. It was very cluttered before. Now it's more easier to navigate. Completely nuked a whole bunch of bullshit that we had in the Discord. So type ! Discord. It's completely free to join. Give yourself a role and become part of the community. Because what I realized, we had too many rooms that over time that I didn't really create a lot of these rooms. A lot of them were just kind of guest requested. But for now, I deleted a bunch of them. I want to keep it smaller, so this way everybody can kind of connect with, because it felt like it was weird. There were parts of the Discord that was like barren and empty and nobody was really using, and it didn't feel like they needed to exist. So I kind of went nuclear, tanked a whole bunch of that stuff. So if you type !Discord, there will be a Nightbot link either in YouTube or Twitch. You can click that and join our Discord directly, and it will give you guys access to, well, just the community that we have. We have over like 900 people in our Discord, and we only see the same 20 people. My audio is going in and out, is it? Oh, wait a minute. Sounds better now? Okay. Maybe it might have been like a network issue. The link is dead? It's dead? You sure? Hold on. It's supposed to be a lifetime link. It is dead. Wow. How is that even possible? Son of a bagel. All right, give me a second. Let me log into Nightbot and fix this. How the hell? How can she slap? That is weird. Never expire, no limit. Oh shoot, I can actually get, I can let everybody join in with a casual role. Nice. Don't worry guys, Papa is fixing it. Okay, update that one. Now I gotta update it over on YouTube. I can't believe that link died. That was a never expire one. That shit, that link is supposed to be working like the last 6 years. It probably just died this week. Okay, I made the change, everybody. We gave it a Phoenix down. Let's see if it works now. Yeah, it's supposed to be permanent, but I don't know. I have no idea. So type in !Discord now in the chat and see if it pops up and if it'll be good. Yeah, it's the new link, I think. KFJ, yeah. That's crazy because when I clicked on it too, it told me the link was invalid as well. All right, yeah, we're in there. Damn, we got 850 members. Crazy. All right, YouTube fam, type !Discord in the chat. That link should be good and working. We need people back in our Discord, man. It is not an active space right now. We have reduced the amount of rooms there are, so there's not as much clutter, and you guys should be able to go in each room and chat with each other regularly. So there we go. Yeah, that's the proper link, the KFJ link. So that I made sure to select no limit and to never expire, so we should be good. That is weird that it expired though. Like, what are the chances of that happening, man? 6 years now. Bert, thank you so much, Bert, for the Prime sub, dude. For the 5 months, I appreciate that. You're a new FF7 fan. You played up to Rebirth, but you never touched the OG. So you played OG before Revelation? Yes. I don't think that you will regret that for a second. You should go and play the OG when you get a chance and enjoy that, man. Hey, no worries, Pat. We're always happy to go back and like help carry through fights and stuff like that. And we definitely will be doing that, so no worries there. Welcome on in, Sonny. Or is it Suni? Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. There we go. We should be good. Holy shit. Pyro! Oh my god, you beast. You legend. Gifting 5 gift memberships to the chat, dude. Thank you so much, Pyro. Holy crap. A 5 bomb. Which, that's so funny. I still have to update manually. So 147. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I was just telling chat we completely fell off. July was kind of non-existent as far as like channel presence goes, and that's my fault entirely. So we're trying to get back up there, right? Today, yeah, it's the end of July, but you know, we're making a conscious effort to going forward get things more consistent. It also, thank you guys so much for helping us get to this goal. So if you guys are tuning in now, we do have a goal on the channel right now where we are trying to get to a lifetime achievement goal, which would be this 777 members between YouTube and Twitch. This is combined. I've never hit that number before. I think the highest we've gotten was like 500, but it would be really cool if before Revelation comes around, we find a way to get to 777. And I think that we'll try to make that end of year goal, you know? So that's why that's live on the channel, and any contribution to that obviously helps, and I do appreciate it, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube. Love you guys. Thank you so much. All is well, Pyro. All is absolutely well, man. I was just telling Chad about the nightmare stories of what I've been going through on the tech side of things for editing and stuff off stream. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate it. You know, up next, the Rebirth video should be done by next week. Then we can get started on another Platinum. I was thinking about jumping into the Legend of Dragoon one at least like once a week, right? We could stream Legend of Dragoon, have our like retro night. We do like the retro Platinum. I have water, right? I do. Yeah, so back in 2021, I would say actually more in 2022. 2022, we took a little bit of a break from streaming and started to focus on making content and editing content regularly, which was cool because that helped the channel grow a lot. And then multiverses happened and the channel just continued to expand, which is all around great. But definitely lost our streaming presence, and I wish from then I was using my face in thumbnails, because I don't think I ever trained the algorithm for my face. So there's a lot of people that watch this channel over the years, they didn't even know your boy's a brown man. I've gotten some racist comments about that. Found out what a Jeet is. And people call Indian people Jeets. No, I'm West Indian, you know, so I'm more Caribbean than anything else. Not East Indian. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just like, I guess that's how racism works. Here, Joe, back into FF7 or find the videos where Cosmo Canyon hits. Ooh, yeah, so we actually did a stream series recently for New Threat, and New Threat was fun, which I do want to also finish and do a long form video on too, but in time, you know, in time. I think I want to get back to, in 2022, we kind of had an editing system where we had 2 or 3 different editors helping us out on the channel, and I kind of want to get back to building that infrastructure again because I fell off of that entirely. So yeah, people are nuts. I appreciate you guys though. I think I can say I've been reviewing Beasts of Reincarnation, and I'm looking forward to next week. So I'm looking forward to that for sure. Crimson Desert I do want to play, man, but it's just at this point, this year is just shaping up to be an insane one. We're so behind on all the projects that we've been trying to like get done and do. So one thing at a time, right? Mathane, how you been? It's good seeing you, dude. You made it into the Discord? Let's go. Awesome. Yes, chat, by the way, you were just talking about it. Oh my god, Mathane dropping cake on everybody with another 5 bomb. Holy shit. Is that 152 now? Guys, you are insane. Thank you so much. Holy shit. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Mathane. Thank you so much, Pyro, and thank you so much, Bert, and everybody else that has joined or gifted memberships to the community. I appreciate you all. Thank you. That is an awesome blessing, and I appreciate it. You guys are always so wonderful and kind to everybody else, gifting all the community members like extra sauce and materia next to their names. Yeah, look at that, King. You can make a Tifa stack with my head on it. Oh, that's awesome. It actually shows it now. Yo, you see that? It actually shows right here. I love that. I don't think it was doing that before. Hey, can somebody in the YouTube chat do a Tifa stack? I'm curious to see. Because this wasn't like this before. This is amazing. I could actually see your materia and the emojis. I've never seen that before. No, it doesn't work on YouTube. Hold on, let me see. Damn. So yeah, on YouTube you see it's just putting the font, the text. I think, let me see. Is there a way I can fix that? There are 2 new settings. Let's see if this works. Alright, chat. If you're on YouTube, could you do me a favor and put some emojis in again? I just turned on some settings. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't work. Oh my god. All right, I gotta figure that out. regular emojis works, but YouTube's emojis actually don't work. Damn. Thank you so much, King. I did not know the Twitch emojis actually fully show on the chat. That's crazy. That's really good. Yeah, Twitch will always be stream and community centric and on top of it, you know. Yo, Chris, I'm so excited. I'm so ready for Code Veronica. We should play it. We gotta play Code Veronica. I gotta find a way to play that on stream. Can't wait for the content of Beast of Reincarnation, pre-ordered and waiting in anticipation. Are you playing it by any chance on Steam or on console? Crimson Death is really fun. So many ways to break the game. I saw like all the crazy shit Kenny was doing. Beast has been fun though. So looking forward to being able to talk with you guys more about that eventually. Nice. Okay. Code Red and Mountain Dew and Veronica shit for it to go. It's funny. I had Code Red the other day. So we got some pretty interesting stuff to talk about here. Let me restart my recording. So this way it's easier to edit later. You heard about the death of physical media? Yeah, I do. Because years and years later, when these stores and infrastructure shut down, we could potentially lose all this stuff. And then they hit us with the, oh yeah, you could still play and enjoy this if you pay for this subscription of like this classic system, you know, Nintendo Classic subscription. So this way you could play your old Nintendo games that we took off of the store in the first place, and you got to pay them a bigger membership just for that. That's what I worry about. Okay. Hamaguchi seems to have taken a little bit of a 2 weeks off, just like us, and he is back at it again. This man in June was in non-stop interviews. I don't think there was a publication that he did not do an interview for. So that is not slowing down anytime soon. He has an article out with automation and a bunch of other places that we will be going through. Some things that we might have missed that were from last week, but overall, it's still really important things to talk about. After Final Fantasy VII Revelations revealed, the trilogy has been selling extremely well. Director Hamaguchi on player feedback, the blessing of a heated fandom and physical game. So there's a lot of current topics to talk about in this. So we do know the game is coming out on every platform, which will be big. It's gonna be massive. It'll be the first major Final Fantasy doing that again in so many years. So from the jump, in that aspect, they will seemingly have a better time with it, you know. But overall, it's still going to, in my opinion, there's a couple of key factors that we'll talk about as we go through these articles that sort of, at least in my perspective, can get them the sales that they're looking for if they make the right decisions, you know. So fans notice everything we hope they would. First of all, congratulations on announcing Revelation in the finale of Summer Games Fest 2026. How has the response been so far? You know what sucks? I just realized if they do a fan compilation of people being excited that the game was revealed at Summer Games Fest, they're probably not going to choose mine because I told my chat to suck it and did a couple of 90s wrestling gestures at the camera. I mean, the people loved it, so that's all that matters. Hamaguchi says, thank you. The response has been very positive. After the event, I probably did interviews with more than 30 outlets across North America and Europe, as well as interviews with Chinese media. I think I spent about a week doing interviews nonstop. That's insane. 30 outlets. I get it because we covered most of the websites and it just felt like a new one would just pop up in the middle of us covering one, and I didn't feel like it was real. Even with the previous game, I don't think that we received this much attention or this many requests for interviews. So it made me feel like that huge number of people are paying attention to the last chapter of the trilogy. You're incredibly grateful. There's a big factor about that I do want to talk about when we get to it. It was a very genuine reaction, yeah. Italian, how are you doing, dude? Hope you're well, man. Was there any particular fan reaction to the Revelation announcement that surprised you or left an impression on you? What pleased me the most was that the exact things we were aiming to convey came across to fans very directly. Oh god, I thought he was gonna say yes. And yes, everybody except one that told the camera to do things to him. While the characters are obviously important, our goal of Revelations reveal was to create a trailer that would draw attention to the gameplay experience, whether it's flying freely around the world aboard the Highwind, battling the weapons, or the fit system. And the way that it adds depth to the combat, I feel like people really notice those aspects of the game. There was also a lot of focus on how much player agency the gameplay offers, so I felt like that message was landed. At the same time, people also talked about the characters' costumes and animations, so I think our trailer managed to accomplish everything we were going for. I was a little surprised though, and happy with the amount of attention Vincent's cross belts received. They definitely received a lot of attention from me, but it wasn't about the cross belts. It was more about the aura and the way this man was dropping off. Look at Vinny. It's like, I'm just ready. I'm clocking in, chief. I'm just ready to go. This is a very high quality GIF. Play Piccolo's aura farming music, chat. The Ultra Aura Farmer. What's up, Subtext? When I do actual good streams about good games, like the ones on Apple Arcade, yo, there was like one Fantasian, right? And then once that shit left, it was gone. Done. How are you doing this fine day, my friend? Man, Italian, I feel you on that. Me and my wife were also watching a lot of the World Cup. It's the first time we were actually watching soccer like that. But here's the crazy thing. I thought July was going to be the smoothest month for us content-wise. It ended up being the worst. But going forward, we're going to be good because My RAM broke, fixed it. That was an issue for years I didn't realize I was dealing with. No longer am crashing in programs, and also I've upgraded to the newer Sony Vegas, which only takes 15 minutes to open up my FF7 Rebirth file, whereas the previous one kept taking 2 hours to open it up. And we're not crashing anymore, so I will be getting the FF7 Rebirth Platinum video done by next week. Maybe a Friday release. We'll see. So it's been a lot, man. It's been a lot. So my entire like second half of July was just horrible, content wise. Just could not work on things, could not enjoy my time editing things, and warranty is coming through for the RAM, thankfully. I mean, they still have to check it out and approve it, right? But hopefully they return me some good sticks, and we'll be continuing forward with a better system. I do need to change though to a dual channel system. I want to change to 2 32 gig sticks instead of 4 16s. You know, so he's kind of gassing himself up there. He looked at the art team and they offered 4 different models. One with no belt, one with 1 belt, one with 2 cross belts, and one with 3. And he chose the 2 belts and fought on it. I do remember him talking about it, that was his choice and his decision. So he's kind of glazing himself here if you think about it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Italian. I think the trailer showcased those elements very clearly, and he says from the very first announcement they wanted to clearly communicate the features and key characteristics that define the appeal of Revelation, and they feel like they managed to get a really strong start off in this time. So he's absolutely right. I mean, they showcased the high wind, world traversing, world skydiving onto the existing planet that we already know, and also how the fit system exists. And what I'm hoping the fit system does is it could potentially free up some materia slots. Like say Tifa equips the Black Mage fit system, it makes it so that she doesn't have to have green magic of every element equipped, and that instead you can have a bigger pool to customize your materia kit from. Because say like if she already has Firaga, Thundaga, all of those things equipped to her, then you would just need to slot in where possible. You can slot in blue materia, some purple materia here and there, and then also other combinations to go with that. So I'm hoping the fit system helps alleviate some of the materia customization or lack thereof customization, which would be ideal. But again, we have to wait and see because they didn't really show us exactly how deep that shit is going. Tifa does like a crazy advanced magic attack. Like when she launches, they show her in the Black Mage outfit and she launches an attack, it does like a small hit of like 100, 200, 300, and then the final hit is quadruple 9s. That seems to be some sort of unique magic, obviously tied to the outfit itself. So we'll have to see where exactly we can take it. Like is that not even like Firaga? What if that's like flare magic, right? How did they decide on the belt on Rufus? Rufus looked like he was pushed into a clothing rack and they spun him around and then he came right back out. And it worked. That's the big question. I swear, if Freelancer counts as a fit, I'm gonna be so disappointed. I hope it's not. I hope Freelancer is its own individual thing and then we can move forward with the other shit. The heated fandom discourse tells us people care about what we're making. Has there been any player feedback that made you think maybe we should incorporate this? Obviously, a project of this scale won't scale based on one person's opinion, but I'm curious. I hope they listen to some of the stuff I said. I mean, truth be told, I feel like we have some great ideas when it comes to combat overall. I don't think that we are the only ones with good ideas. There's plenty of other people that have great ideas, but I would like for them to incorporate some of these things because there are some quality of life effects that I think should be taken into consideration. I feel like there's too many purple materias that are really important. They felt that way too, which is why going from remake to rebirth, they removed deadly dodge materia and embedded that into every character's kit. They removed the parry materia and embedded that into everybody's kit. It exists in another way, you know? Like Aerith's parry materia animation used to be that charge forward, right? Where she charges forward and does a dash. She does that on the Radiant Ward. So she doesn't do it raw, she does it on the Radiant Ward. Tifa's slide animation was the parry, which is default to her. Cloud doesn't have, I don't think there's any way that he actually does it, but he doesn't need it because of his increased mobility in the air and on the ground, so he's all good. Assess materia, like why do we, I don't care, I don't want to wear an earring for assess because there's so many other better accessories that I'd rather have equipped than an assess materia or any materia as an earring. Hell yeah, Talia. And I think that's why they showcase it to us, to kind of hint that these fits are going to be significant as far as like getting characters into higher damage, because Tifa by default, like FF7, you can kind of make any character do whatever type of damage or focus on different specific spell areas as you want. Personally, I never really used Tifa as a mage, but they showcased Tifa as the black mage to kind of give us an idea, like, yeah, she's more physical prowess based, and she typically doesn't have the same amount of magic attack as everybody else. But if you did put this on her, this is what you could expect. She actually hitting quadruple nines with magic. Those earring materials were balls. Hey, Sean, I heard you like balls. What's up, Max? Yo, NSP, thank you so much for the raid, my guy. Appreciate that. We're just now catching up on Hamaguchi's 5,000th interview. By the way, Max, I don't think this guy sleeps. Look at this shit. He even shouted it out here. He said in the interview that he's done he did 30 different publications. Yeah, he did 30 different publications after Revelation was announced. What's up, NSP's chat? How are you guys doing? Hope you're all well. You guys are probably just finishing up talking about this. I don't like how much important materia has to be, I guess, like, neglected. That was an issue I felt like in Remake, and I felt in a weird way Remake was a little bit more flexible because there wasn't a big wide pool. Because before in Remake, right, you used to put HP absorb on enemy skill, and then you could use self-destruct and heal back all the self-destructed health back to yourself, and you get an instant limit break out of that. That was a really cool thing that you can do that I felt was sort of unique in Remake. Rebirth, I don't think it works the same way. I don't think you can do that, but it still works to some degree. Hope Hamaguchi and his team get a paid vacation after 7R drops. Dude, them boys are going directly to Final Fantasy 17. I don't know. It kind of seems that way. What's up, Black Lion Guard? Thank you so much for the Prime, dude. I appreciate it. He'll never stop talking. I love it. I love it too. There's a lot of people that are like, man, he is spoiling shit. But I'm kind of like, tell me more. Tell me more. You're putting it a bet now. The fit system is going to change the weapon and accessory system, and it'll lock certain weapons and accessories to each fit. I hope that it does something like that. If the fit system can alleviate the amount of bullshit that we have to customize and takes away, like, I guess that stress of having to lose out on, you know, a good blue material. Because I will say, going into FF7 Rebirth, blue materia was like the greatest thing. Think about it. In the OG game, blue materia existed. It was great. I mean, like, added effect, added cut. There was a lot of cool things that people used in that one. But in Remake, it was mostly HP absorb, elemental, MP absorb. And there were also like ways to kind of manipulate the game system, so you didn't need to like you didn't have to use them. But in Rebirth, holy shit, there are so many good blue materias in Rebirth that it has me excited for Revelation, just how much further they're going to take it. Because you have Swift Cast, you have the MP absorbs are all really godlike now, and then you had what was the one that negated the bullshit that happens with Magnify? It was like it reduced 25% of the... basically buffed your damage that you have it linked to. Why am I drawing a blank on the name? But basically, that materia countered the bullshit that you would get when you magnify a materia. And it was super valuable. Now, in my perfect world, I would like for them to just remove the fact that magnify reduces magic by 25%. But that's just me. It was depressing. You see a purple box are like weapons. You see a box go and you open it up and it's a materia earring. Oh, great. As if like I'm not going to use the speed demon keychain, right? Because like Roche gave us speed demon keychains and they were like the greatest thing to have on up until the mid game. Warding materia is good. It was great in remake because it had a bonus effect that not a lot of people noticed. It got rid of the debuff instant death. Magic focus materia. I just thought about it. That's what it's called, subtext. It's called magic focus materia, and there's 3 of them the game gives you. So you can just crack out Aerith on damage, which is pretty much what we did with the stupid challenges at the end of the game. But magic focus at its max level will basically buff whatever materia you have it paired to by 25% damage. So it counters the magnify debuff. Yeah, it doesn't buff magnify, it just removes that 25% reduction because you're canceling it out. Because while magnify does the 25% minus, whatever you pair towards magic focus will give it 25% plus. And then in the inverse to that, if there is another materia that you don't have like magnify on and you put it on twice, you can get an extra like 50%. But the way damage scales in Rebirth is so crazy that it doesn't even matter. You're dealing 99,999 easy. So that swift cast, both the HP absorbs, giving us 3 elemental materias. There was also another one that was really good, but it kind of fell off towards the end game. It reduced the materia, the magic cost. Magic efficiency materia, that's what it's called. Magic efficiency materia reduced, like, instead of it being 22 MP to cast an August spell, that shit was like 8 MP. And if they don't want to deal with this shit, give me like 10 slots, both sides. Give me 10 slots on the weapon, give me 10 slots on the armor, and you'll never hear back from me again. I will not complain about a single thing. Yo, you know what would be kind of sick? So, hear me out, chat. We know that every single game, every remake, they introduced refocus, and refocus gave us 3 ATBs. Rebirth, refocus still exists. We can do it a little bit easier with synergy abilities, and we could also do it a little bit more easier with Corsair, Corsair earrings, or no, Corsair compass. Hear me out. What is one thing that is a constant trend with the remake series so far? The August spells costed 1 ATB in the in remake, and then in Rebirth they made the August spells cost 2 ATB, which obviously is a nerf, but rightfully so because they were kind of broken because they just stopped bosses from moving. What if they give us more opportunities and more ways to do situation where we can get refocus on a character, and we have 3 ATBs, and there's a level tier of Aja spells that we can go even further, like from Final Fantasy Tactics, the Aja spells, right? In Tactics there were Aja, A-J-A. So imagine Thundaja is now a thing there, and that is what we'll need to like actually deal damage to weapons, let's say, or like any crazy super bosses. Don't say 3 costs. Hey, if they want to do it, I'm okay with them making that cost 3 ATB. But you know what they have to do? It can't cost MP. You don't make it cost MP. because you have to do specific things in combat in order to unlock 3 ATB. So it's not something that you always will have. But if they do, I could see them making it some bullshit like 50 MP. What do you think about that, Max? Would you want to see Aja spells make it into FF7? Or if they don't do an Aja spell, instead of like a Fire Aja, we just get Flare. Flare becomes the 3 ATB costing super magic. Do you think it'd be good or bad if they allowed for Final Fantasy X character swapping? I think it would be good. I think that would make the combat really flexible, because we'd be able to just call in Sid or Vincent and they do like a tag assist in there. And it felt like they seemingly want, or at least were playing with the idea of it, because in Rebirth as it is right now, if 2 of your characters die and then you have to go, you know, you have a solo character, it unlocks the backline command, because it technically puts all those characters on the backline. And they're able to do a free synergy attack with you. I feel like they could take that a step further and allow us to tag in teammates, not at will, but if somebody dies. If Materia Master is in this game and it functions the same way, or you talking about the maxed out Materia, right? The one that you get from like the Ruby weapon guy, where he gives you equip it once and it gives you everything from that category in that slot? Or are you talking about in the general thing of like mastering a Materia births a Materia? You think for balancing purposes, you need it so that you can only hot swap living characters, or otherwise it becomes too much of a bailout? It can, but also I would take advantage of that. I would like self-destruct with the character, kill them, call in somebody else, get a free call out, you know? That's the thing. That's what we're talking about right here, Psycho Hippie. The fit system seemingly is going to kind of alleviate that situation, because having to own not only just 9, like 18 different sets of the same materia, so this way you can equip to each character and then fill in the slots where like you could put I don't know, like a blue materia in there, is fucking tedious as hell. FF7 has always been menu the game, but it gets even worse like in Rebirth when you're constantly switching teams. So like in battle, if we're switching, will the fit system help alleviate that, to where we can have these characters come in and they have those magics, certain materia already equipped to them through fits? Maybe it's a swap materia situation. Whoever has it can swap for ATB. Oh god. You're threatening me. Let's assume you have no reborn materia after you master. Now you trade it in for a single combined materia. And now you're out 20 materia. I don't know, Ducky. I don't think it did. I didn't see that aspect to it, and I don't think they would, because it's specifically Hamaguchi was saying here that in the first announcement they wanted to clearly communicate the features and key characteristics that will define what you see within Revelation. So them going into the whole aspect of like fits, high wind, skydiving, weapons, those are the main things that they wanted to showcase and highlight. That could still exist. It's just not what they showed in the trailer. Not yet, at least. Materia fusion and Crisis Core, man, how did that shit work? You have a high chance of creating certain materia when you fused it. I have not done that shit since like 2021. But when you combine two of the same materia, it won't guarantee that they turn into whatever the combination is you're looking for. Is it like a chance? And you know what's funny? In Crisis Core, Guild Toss materia is actually one of the strongest materias that you can make in that. It always shows what it'll become. Gotcha. So you can put 2 and 2 together, see what you're gonna get, and then choose if you want to go that route or not. I would love that, but I feel like they're so locked in on this current system that I don't know if they would introduce a materia fusion. But if they did, brother, I would be there for hours. Complaining about me being in menus. I'll be in the menu for like the first 20 hours of the game. If I put this and this together, what do I get? You've been practicing killing virtual Sephiroth with the Yuffie dodge Aerith nuke team, but you're close to killing him. Is there a better team you should try? That's typically the best, the easiest I would say to do it with, like Yuffie feeding ATB to Aerith and the Cloud. Because I would say Tifa to replace Cloud, but once Sephiroth gets staggered, is already pretty much, the fight's already over. So there's no point in having Tifa there if she's not going to be doing the stagger. You miss Guild Toss being the best. Guild Toss is funny. Money, the materia. And it deals like 9,999 like each hit. That's some silly shit. Oh, by the way, chat, I was telling you guys this earlier. Oh, I just saw this message. Let me see. Scale down OBS. Apply a scaling filter if you haven't already. Right click the cam. Max, will that work if I'm cloning? Right? Because I'm cloning my camera on another source, and I don't think it's actually in this specific one. So let me see. Where the hell did I put my camera? Oh, I found it. All right, so how we do this? You're gonna right click camera. Wait, this... Oh, shit. This source has a sharpen and a color correction on it already. Maybe that's why. Yeah, look at that. It's like... You see, do you see the sharpening? It seems like this 3D cam that I have... I don't know when I would have did that. I put a sharpening filter on it. So, with this, I would not need to have the sharpen on, because bicubic would just be making it look more clear on the zooms. Is it taking effect there? Oh, let me see there. Yeah, it's using clone. It's cloning the cam. And Filter. Okay, I think I got it now. Hey, yo, W update. Appreciate that, Max. Yeah, because what I'm doing on this screen here, I'm actually using a source clone of the camera. And that shit had a sharpen. And it doesn't need anywhere. Look, it had this. See all the noise that was introducing? With it on? Now it's off. Bro, this shit was at 0.20. Some slight color there too. That's fun. You know what I used to use this for too? I used to do this. Background remove. So I think that was why I had that. Which this worked way better with my previous setup. Look at this. I'm teleporting all over the place. God damn! What the hell? This shit is ass. Be gone. Man, you know what I'm messing with right now, and I'm so disappointed? The damn Atom plugin for the vertical like streams, it's working flawlessly for Twitch. And I followed the exact YouTube recommended settings, and now YouTube is telling me it won't work because it's using the same, or at least trying to use the same stream key, which it told me to do. And now I had to like tank that. I had to like completely shut it off. AI is so amazing, yeah. Only Allen Iverson. Oh, dude. I did some crazy reworking shit. Hold on, where is it? Did I close that window? So last year, when I got my new fiber, I was told by the dude that was setting it up that we're actually pulling 1300 up and down. But I wasn't able to actually use it because there was not enough ports on my modem and my router to actually transfer it to each other. But I found a workaround thanks to Amazon and like a $40 product. Your boy is now getting, if it'll show up here, we're now getting 1300. That shit is beautiful. I used to dream for times like this, chat. Yeah, because before this was getting like 800. It was like 840, 850 up and down. I need more. What I want to try doing now that I actually have this extra headroom, I want to try streaming in 4K now. But there is one thing that was using, I will say I was using like 900 Mbps consistently. I was using that when I was editing. Because before I was editing with, I don't know if you're still using Vegas, but I started using the new Boris Vegas, which has been a game changer. It's Vegas 2026. This shit opens up so much faster than Vegas 2022. Because before the Rebirth project, because it's pulling the files from my stream PC, because that's where my bigger hard drive is, it would take like 2 hours to open it up. Now it takes 15 minutes. and it's doing it at like 1200 speed instead of like the 850 before. Dude, so apparently, because you remember Sony used to own Vegas and then Magix bought them. Magix and Sony, when they owned the company, they had all this like bullshit like plugins, and like the infrastructure for Vegas was actually fucked. Now this company called Boris FX, they bought Vegas and this is their first time using it, and it's crazy. Let me open this up to show you how much faster it is now. So this one, it is crazy fast how much better this is. And look at this, I can click immediately, the SSG, go to ink, play anything on my timeline
2000
without any issues at all. This thing is a game changer. I could slide you it if you want to try it out later. It's a game changer, man. And you know, it doesn't do that bullshit where if you try to open up a previous file, like I tried to open up a 2022 Vegas file, it didn't try to make me convert all of my other files to a Boris file. And it opened up shit way quicker. Does it support AV1? Huh. Dude, I would assume it does. Right? Because this is Vegas 2026. I'm just blown away at how fast this thing is, like... My footage, at playing shit. Yeah, it's back days and it is. Now I kind of want to replay and re-record. It wasn't like this at all. Like, you guys should have seen what my editing life has been for the last 2 years. Oh, okay. I can do that real quick then. Let's see. I actually have that 4K video downloader. So I'm gonna use that, download it in AV1, and I'll put it out there. Let's pull it up here. Yeah, we'll download it in AV1. Bro, I'm excited if that actually works. Yo. Nah, this is a H.264 vid. I tried editing years ago with H.265 and I didn't really like the performance on it at all, so I never, like, I went back to H.264. But let's try this out and we'll see how this looks. It's at 70%. What's up, Don? How you been, man? Is that the Chocobo? Yes, it is the Chocobo. Alright, so this is an AV1 file. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, this shit! And in doing that, I was able to find... You don't have to take all... crit, but then it would just be damage. Our builds weren't... Yup, it's AV1. Yo! Holy shit! Oh my god! This is incredible! God damn! Dude, shoutouts to Boris. 50%, we're going for cap up on to run some invincibility stuff so I don't die. Look at that right there. And we're focusing damage cap as much as we can. If we take... You're good at dodging. Chat, this is crazy. You have no... Chat, you have no idea how many trailers I've been downloading in 1080p and lying to you fuckers that saying that this is 4K and just rendering out as 4K just to get the encoder on YouTube. I can now edit shit that's in AV1. What? So the damage. I always want to make sure I get... That means I could actually record my actual videos in AV1. Yeah, dude, I've been using Vegas since 13. I think I upgraded. The best I had ever used, I think, was 17 for a little bit. And I used that up until recently when I switched to 2022. And then I had so many problems. But my RAM situation is being fixed right now. And that was causing a lot of like the crashing stuff that I was having. And it is a big reason why I never finished a rebirth video. So, subtext, for years I was using Vegas 2022. And Boris FX, they bought Vegas last year or this year, and they created Vegas 2026. And somebody on Twitter recommended I try it out. They said it's better. And instead of taking 2 hours to open up my FF7 Rebirth Platinum video to edit and work on it, it only takes 15 minutes now. And Max just brought up a really good idea. Try editing AV1 on here. This was actually holding me back. And in doing... And look at this. I have it at best half, too. I'll put it at best full. What are we getting? In here, that will offer... You'll see the damage and up rates. Which this is, like, unnecessary. Doing raw. This is yesterday when I did this. Combat. It's no secret. Turning these off will make your attack power to hundreds of millions in damage by having these two traits on. Enough damage... Sorry, chat. I'm blown away right now. This is fucking cool. Dude, I still do that. Control S after every single action that I do. And it messed me up last night because the autosave on this is crazy fast. The autosave actually is... wait, no, there's a way to see. There was a way to see it before. And look at this. I put the dynamic RAM preview down to 0 because this system has only 32 gigs. I don't have the 64 gigs in it right now. I'm waiting for G-Skill to send me back my new shit. Also, I was messing around with this, like playback buffering. I was able to get it down to like 0.4 without any like sound issues, or 0.32, in order to plays quick. For cap in the 200s, I think Setsuna is the case for a lot of. What if I play chopping up all over the place? I gotta look into fixing that because I don't have any screen tearing over here on my end. But overall, look at this. The fade is actually playing even better. So again, shout outs to David, shout outs to Shortage's Baby Seal, and everybody involved with this. The fade is actually playing through this shit. You know, chat. I don't know if you guys noticed, but whenever you try to do like a crossfade in Vegas, this shit chokes. If you enjoyed it, subscribe if you're new. More Final Fantasy content on the way. You don't want to miss it. My name is BltzZ, and thanks for watching. Attack-based stats. I'm bewildered. Move your mouse, autosave. Yes, we've been traumatized to the point where yesterday I was trying out this. I was putting in a bunch of like video files in Vegas. And there's a lot of like audio tracks that I'm not using. And I'm like, man, is there a way to stop it from building those peaks and then work on some other peaks in the meanwhile? And when I did it, I didn't realize I control saved. And then when I rebuilt the peaks, I had to rebuild the peak for the entire like file. But that wasn't a problem in Boris because this Boris version did it in 5 minutes. Also, Max, do you use vocoder? Or have you ever used vocoder? Because I started using the newer vocoder, which is like, they make you do like a subscription now for it. It's even better now, the new vocoder. How can I pull it up? Yeah, Pro Designer. So this shit, I actually have it set to like render out in H.264. Now I'm gonna mess with this in either 265 or AV1. Actually, it doesn't matter, right? It technically doesn't matter because when you put it on YouTube, it's going to be AV1 anyways. I guess the only benefit would be lower speed. Forest Vegas seems so much better, honestly. Dude, I felt so bad because I kind of crashed out on a Twitter user 2 weeks ago. I got to reach out to them and apologize because my whole thing was I was bitching and complaining about, man, I want to get this Rebirth project done, but I can't because the editing software is taking so long. And he was like, you know, your options are kind of limited, but you should try out Boris. I know it's a whole new program, but you would have to like reallocate all the files, but it runs better. And I snapped on him and I was like, man, I just said I want to fucking get this project out fast and shit. You give me an idea that'll take me even longer. It'll take me probably 2 days to see if it would actually work. And he was absolutely right. Yeah, if you want to try it, subtext, I'll slide you the files later. It's it's literally a 2-second install. You install the trial, and then you install the super secret special exe, and you're good to go. Chat, you guys remember when we used to do editing streams? Just to show you the literal hell that it was, and now it's like not a problem at all. Thank you so much, Rajshri, for the gift bomb. A sun balloon. And another one? What was that? 2 sun balloons. Thank you. I was just angry, bro. Like, I didn't want to hear, hey, the best thing that you could possibly do is rebuild all the audio peaks again for your file. And you know what? Since we've been standing here and rambling, I'll actually show you guys. So we'll go here. We'll open up the Rebirth file here. Where is it? This one, yeah. We'll open up the Rebirth file. And this is gonna it'll take like 10 minutes to open it up. But you'll see on the bottom, like it obviously hasn't like loaded anything in right now. But it's gonna take some time. This shit goes to 15% and then boom, it opens. I can't believe it. But we'll start the timer now. It is 6:46. We'll check in with this in 10 minutes. No, I have a separate PC I'm streaming from. The PC that I'm streaming from has a 4070 in it. I never tried Resolve because the vocoder won't work on Resolve because you need to have a paid version of it in order to use plugins. That's what kind of strayed me away from Resolve. I do like the fact that once you buy DaVinci, you own it, and you get all the updates with it, from what I understand. But Vegas, I've been doing like Vegas shit forever. That is just, it's part of who I am. And I can't switch off of it. So we'll let this run in the background, chat, and we'll come back to it, and you'll see just how much of a game changer that shit was. An incredible game changer. But yeah, so the editing PC and the gaming PC has a 3090. The streaming PC has a 4070 in it. I can't wait to show you guys the behind the scenes for this edit that I've been doing. This shit is no joke. When you see how many notes and how many different video files are in here, because Max, this is before the Rebirth project extends from 2024, and that was before you recommended that I do CQP at 31 or 32. All of these files are 4K recorded files with a CQP of like 19. So each video for Rebirth is easily over 20 gigs. And I have 500 videos of Rebirth in this alone. That's why with the Vegas 2022, it was taking like 2 hours to open up, and now it's like 15 minutes with this current setup. Yeah, this video would have been done and out last week, but there was just too much stuff, man. Between the RAM dying, the constant crashes, and then switching programs, which honestly, switching from 2022 Vegas to Boris was like, it didn't even take an hour. Just make sure, just to like test it out though, if you try out Boris later, save whatever other file it is that you want to create or like mess around with in Boris. Save it as like a new name. That's why I named a lot of this, like all my other files, Boris. I named this one Boris FF7 Rebirth Let's Play. Boris, this one, Boris Beast, which some of you guys could probably guess what that is. And then the other ones are like Vegas 2022 stuff. But yes, I will be thanking that guy. You've been playing Grand Blue for the first time. You like it a lot, and you're on the endgame content. You boost up your characters if you know. What endgame are you at right now? Like the first endgame before you start the DLC, or are you in the DLC right now? Wonder why Sony sold Vegas? I don't wonder that anymore. I'm glad they did it. Good riddance. After like reading on like subreddits from people that have been so locked in on what's been going on with Boris and them taking it over, and seeing how many plugins and files in previous versions of Vegas that are super outdated and not running well and was causing crashes and stuff that they just refuse to fix. It's mind-blowing. Tom, this dude Tom VS in my chat, this is so fucking funny. I've been talking with Tom throughout this entire process of trying out different versions of Vegas. I found the perfect one, Tom. Boris FX, the brand new Vegas. Vegas 2026 is incredible. Completely changed my editing life the last like three to 4 days. One suck on shots. Oh, let me double check this thing before I send it. Yes, sir. All right, this one is you and I. You and I? Uni. No. I just can't do it, Captain. All right, 1 second, chat. I am a advocate now, chat, for Boris. He jumped on Vegas 22 after my last message and it crashed. Yeah, sorry about that. I got you on the new one, Tom. It was worth it, man. I was just like, at this point, I was like, man, my RAM is dead. This project ain't going nowhere. Might as well just try out the new one. And it worked. You got virtual Sephiroth down? Nice. Bro, that only took you 20 minutes? Right? That was like 20 minutes ago you were asking that question. Good shit. Now you gotta do the what is it? The Zack and Sephiroth one. Yeah, don't worry, Tom. I got you on this new Vegas. Honestly, I was mad about the RAM dying, but I feel like it needed to happen. It needed to happen to get me to find this other shit out. Because if I would not have been like messing with these other programs and whatever if that wasn't the case. Yeah, better, faster, stronger now. Oh no, it's copyright hell. Yeah, why is FF8's music so like all the best songs are crazy copyright? Think I'm talking about Fallout? I get that. But no, I've fallen out of regular Vegas. It's all about New Vegas for me. Yo, Lewis, thank you so much for the membership, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Well, not welcome to the channel. You've been here for 6 months. I appreciate that, dude. Hope you're good. What would be a good window for Revelation with Laufey being in February? I still think it could be April. Right, because they did remake April 10th. I feel like April 10th or sometime in April would be good. It would also be the new fiscal. So with especially FF14 being a January thing, right? Because January, is that a confirmed date? January, what is it, 31st? That Evercold for FF14 is coming out. There's going to be a FF7 event in there, which we're going to talk about here on stream. All of that shit together is going to be nuts. There's going to be so much that will hold people over and then transition everybody into FF7 Revelation when that does drop. But yeah, I think they'll spread it out. Dang, you just got your 5070 Ti, man. Share the wealth, man. Your boy's on a 3090 still, which I think I could still use the 3090 for a solid another 5 years at this point. I don't even know where we left off. We went on this like fun, at least it was fun for me, this fun tangent about Vegas and how much better it is now. I think I left off here. Any player feedback won't be changed on one person's opinion, but I'm curious. After this announcement specifically, there wasn't much that made him think, we've got to add this. However, he's closely monitored players' responses through the remake series entirely, the entire series, and based on feedback from those who played Rebirth, they're making changes in this new game, such as making minigames skippable and adjusting rewards. I do know with the recent update, they added in the fact that you can kind of make the mini games have like an easy mode, and then you could also use cheats like in Gears and Gambits. You could actually use the cheats to deal like 9,999 to every enemy there. I don't think that'll come with release, and at least I hope not. Man, I didn't even think about that. How are they going to balance that? Does that mean on launch, streamlined progression will be a thing in FF7 Revelation? Because if that's the case, there's people that will breeze through the game with it purposely just to spoil shit and be assholes. Because we know that they brought that into the games because that was like a Nintendo Switch thing. I'm hoping that's not the case. At least give us a month without it. What's up, Kuya? I hope it's a month after, man, because I could see people doing that, man. I was, you know, in the trenches back in the day on YouTube. People just blitzing on through the entire game. Turn on 9,999 damage. One shot everything. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, Psycho. You didn't even need it. You're an MLG gamer. Yeah, I hope they find a way also to bring Fort Condor, the proper remake Fort Condor, back into the game. I did not like the Rebirth version at all. They were just too concerned with just guard dog being broken, or attack dog or whatever. It was fine. They didn't need to do all that. Hey, let's go. That's good news, dude. Man, they removed, in my opinion, they removed all the fun from it. Because what made it amazing and fun in remake was being able to customize your own loadout. Pick whoever it is you want. I did like that they added hero characters like Cloud, Barret, and Tifa. But at the same time, why did you remove the shit that actually made it fun? The preset builds are not fun. Nobody actually likes that shit. What are we at here? This is at 6%. So it's been 14 minutes? Yeah. They really want to get that Genji armor, dude. Don't tell me about that. They literally removed all the fun from it. It became a no fun minigame. Yeah, I like that. I like that scene too, Pyro. Exactly. It would be. That's exactly what it would be like. It would be like if Queen's Blood gave you preset decks. That's never fun. Nobody likes that. I think that was just the main factor. And they probably did it because of that video that we made where it just showed Guard Dog was blowing through enemies. They could have just made Guard Dog weaker. They could have made Guard Dog have more threat, and that would be the immediate focus. Yeah, there's going to be more Queen's Blood, for sure. They already confirmed that they've revamped and enhanced Queen's Blood going into Revelation. Which I'm excited for. Kuya with 29 months! Black Materia looks oh so beautiful on you. Yeah, I hope that's the case, Aaron. We get to find parts in the world, defeat other people, unlock more parts. That would be cool. So I was talking with some modders about this. I had an idea. I don't know if you guys remember this idea back in 2021, where I was talking like, what if when remake comes to PC, modders find a way to kind of create a co-op system? There are some issues that would come across that. I mean, first of all, how do you create like an online system for us to play that? It would have to be like LAN, I guess. You could probably use I guess the same technology that Parsec uses to kind of make everybody feel like they're all on the same PC. Nah, but then you would lose the screens, right? No, it would have to be an individual mod. Maybe wired the same way Elden Ring does, right? But then there's also the threat indicator. Because if you say, for example, you make FF7 Rebirth and Revelation co-op with a mod or whatever, how is the enemy going to pick and choose who to focus on and attack, right? Because the way that Rebirth's system is right now, there's no aggro. It's whoever you're controlling for at least 3 to 4 seconds. If it's Sephiroth's aggro is quick. He targets you immediately within 1 to 2 seconds, whereas every other enemy takes about 3 to 4, maybe 5 seconds to target whoever it is you're controlling. So they would have to redo the system as like a threat indicator to kind of show you, hey, if you're controlling, if you have like other friends playing, if you have friends, and you guys are playing the game, and they're using Cloud, let's say, and you have Aerith or whatever, you have to make it so that whoever deals a certain amount of damage or provoke materia, I guess, can draw the enemy off of the other person, or else it'll just hard focus whoever is like the party lead. Your Apple Watch said your heart rate spiked for 5 minutes while fighting Sephiroth. Yeah, that sounds about right. When I spoke about these improvements in interviews, I was happy to see comments from players saying things like, I personally don't care for the minigames, but if that's your reasoning, I'm willing to accept it. It reminded me that if you truly listen to player feedback and try to strike that right balance on it, people really recognize that. When it comes to gameplay and the game design, especially playability, we believe that we absolutely have to keep listening to players and minimize points of frustration wherever we can. That's not necessary, I think. I feel like the frustrating aspects are fine. It's fine when the game is frustrated. You just got to get good and have better builds and just overall counter the shit that the enemies are doing. I said this on NSP stream earlier. I was like, you know, I wouldn't want... I would hate for them to do some shit like, yeah, players are getting frustrated at this one thing. Let's make streamline progression exist immediately. Or let's give these rings that magically do everything for you in the game, like FF16. We don't want that. We want frustration. Frustration is good. It's what keeps us addicted too. Getting angry that like a boss killed us when we were like at 1 HP. Or it was at 1 HP and we died. Keeps you coming back for more. That thirst, you know? Literally. Get gooder. It is what it is, chat. Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair. Like if you do have somebody that doesn't have a whole lot of time to get good, streamline progression is there for that. It exists, right? There is a balance they got to find. I say they add streamline progression in a month after the fact, because then by then most of those people that have trouble with the game will have eventually get to the end game content and then can use that rather than using it for the entire game. What about the dad with 7 wives and 77 kids? Listen, that man needs a vasectomy before he can even think about playing games. My God. Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip. His poor wives. And his wallet. Yes. The core story and message we want to tell through this remake are something that we as creators will remain firm on. But when it comes to gameplay, we'll always be closely attuned to player feedback and keep looking for ways to make improvements and eliminate sources of frustration. So what you're telling me right now, Hamaguchi-san, I can DM you some ideas for gameplay, because that's all I want to do. All I want to do is talk about that shit with him. What you driving now, Max? What you got? If you are comfortable saying. Oh, you guys want to say hi to Gray? You guys haven't seen Gray in like a month. Come here. Come here, you. look at this dog. Oh, my camera's higher now. Ugh. Still smells weird. Say hi, Gray Gray. And say hi to the chat. You bought a Celica GT. Damn. I don't know what year that is, but I think my cousin Steve had that car. Steve's was blue. And when I was a kid, I really wanted a car in that, a '96. Sick. Really wanted it. My wife said she always wanted that car, but she got an RSX to make up for it. Yo, can I go for a ride in that one? my wife said, do you have to drive the car like Ace Ventura? Like stick your head out the window like this?
I did not.
He sent the link. Oh shit! This, okay, I've seen this many times. Like there wasn't an arcade where I didn't see this car. That's amazing. I got my dream car. My wife wants me to get rid of it.
Had it for many years. Box with no air conditioning.
Yeah, yo, left hand stick? That's wild. I just want to sit in the passenger. I am definitely not going to be driving that for you. I've only driven stick like a handful of times. On that? No, I ain't practicing on that. Like one wrong hit on the clutch and the gears like grind off. Get good. Yeah, that's amazing, dude. I'm happy for you, bro. You remember that guy I was telling you about? That I actually knew a guy that had an Acura Legend, and he bought a conversion kit to make the car left-hand drive. This is well, I mean, nobody gonna know who he is, but he's one of Kevin's friends from back in the day. And it was cool seeing that, like as a kid, you know, like in high school. But now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, I would never do that shit. So much money. The left, yeah. Kind of.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh, I don't know.
We were just talking for like an hour about the new Vegas that I was telling you about. So excited. Oh, I drive a WRX. I drive a 2015 WRX. Where they had the last good body style. Not what it's become now. And I black and redded all the emblems. All the emblems are like red stars. Why? No, it's not a blue WRX. I wish. My cousin has the blue. I have a... It's a dark gray metallic. I think I have a photo of it. Let me see. Let me see. What? I took photos of it. I just, you know, I haven't washed it in a little bit. You know, it's been raining a lot. It's been raining too much, you know? It's a beautiful car. My wife keeps me humble. What you talking about? What you talking about? What, cheap tint? No. That was expensive tint. Florida just, you know, eats away at all the tint. Listen, okay. Didn't we go to the same guy? Oh, yeah, his was cheap. I got some cool. I got some cool photos of my car. Yeah, we gotta play that song. Deja vu. I have been in this space before. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got some cool mods and changes I made to my car. I gotta show off. Oh, I can show this one. This was at our old house. So this one here. Yeah, that's not where I live anymore. I love this body style. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, man, I gotta get that. Gotta get that car. Oh my god, fantasy football is starting soon. I wish I drove a blue WRX though. That was the goal, but I could not find a blue one when I was buying it at the time. Yeah, why? All right, chat. Here we go. Actually, it's funny that you say that, Czar. Our fantasy football chat is actually a it's called the Final Fantasy League or something, like the Blitzball League or whatever. Yeah, chat. This is my car right here. But here's the fucked up thing. I'm not even driving it right now. Yeah, look at this. I did the black eyeshadow on it right there. Got my black and red emblems over there. Blacked out this. This was a painful process doing this shit. I would never do this again. I don't know. Just for me, this with the Subi, I love the black and red. I think that's such a really cool look. Yeah, and these ones right here. My nephew had to help me with this because symmetry is not in my strong suit. And I'm even looking at it right now. Okay, nah, it's just the camera. It's much better than this. For some reason, it looks like the A is a little higher than the B here, but I promise you that's not at all what it looks like. I trust my nephew. He did a good job on that. And then I installed the rally stop, where when you brake, it flashes white. Oh, but the main negative about the car though This is what's gonna throw a lot of people off. It's an automatic. Oh no. Look at this shit. Look at my paddle shifters, chat. Look at that. Look at my paddle shifters. They're ninja star. Like daggers, kind of. But the whole interior is all black and red. Yeah, the steering wheel is cool. What sucks is this piece right here on the steering wheel has now stretched over. It's just the Florida heat, man. You can't get away from this. No matter what you do. Got a little carbon fiber going over there, you know? But you know what's funny? I did race a I was going to the airport once, and this guy in a manual WRX wanted to race, and the automatic, it has when you go into sport mode, it has like 8 gears that it shifts through on the CVT. And CVT is shit, but every now and then I'll hit this one, this Sport Plus, this little button right here, Sport Plus. It unlocks 8 gears, and the 8 gears with this car, especially going in from 1, the way you launch is incredible. Like you actually get like whiplash in your neck. It's actually impressive, and it ended up dusting his ass. And the best place to race people is by the airport over here, because it's just like a crazy long straight. I don't be doing that though. I was being tested. Yo, you think I should wrap this shit blue? World Rally Blue Max? Thank you, chat. Gotta do that with the gold rims. Left-hand stick, though. I never thought about that. I learned how to drive stick on my friend's Civic back in the day. And then that same friend, he ended up buying a BRZ years ago. I think it was like 2018. No, before that, it was 2016. My friend, yeah, he bought a BRZ in like 2016 and was driving stick on that for a little bit. But the bane of my existence was parking garages. Going up a parking garage and a stick is like my nightmare. Traded in for the new body style, man. You seen the new body style? Hold on, let me see. New. I do not like this body style at all. This shit triggers me. And the back of it, ugh. Ugh. Wait, why are these all AI photos? The car exists. Why does there have to be AI photos of the car? You know, that's so funny. They don't have a picture of the back. Where is it? Yo, what the fuck? They have a pink one? I am a hater of this Subaru. So let me show you guys the back of it. That's not even the worst like back photo. The actual bumper is a weird shelf. Like it looks like it suffered an injury and it's protruding outwards. Why does nobody have a side profile of this? Hold on. That's how you know that shit is ugly. Okay, here we go. Here we go, chat. You ready for this? I'm about to assault your eyeballs. Look at the back. This is the back of the new WRX. That shit is gross. I feel bad because my cousin drives it, and I'm not trying to roast him. It grew on you? I could see that. I don't like, and the fender, dude, like, why does the fender look like that? And also these photos are like super low quality. Look at the fender, man. It's not even like a circle. It's just like a screwed up hexagon. An unsymmetrical hexagon. Yeah, it doesn't have the best side profile. And the front, I mean, the front is decent. But it's starting to look, people made jokes about this this WRX here looking like more like a Corolla, like a Toyota body style. I feel like the newer one is doing that even more now. Yo, the interior is probably sick. The interior is probably sick. I haven't been in my cousin's one. It's got SUV vibes. Oh, yeah. So obviously we already knew this, and they're not going to be going and taking story suggestions from anybody, let alone like Twitter accounts and shit. So that's obviously like they have a vision for the story, vision for the things that they're trying to tell with it, and that's the direction they're going to go about it. And honestly, I wouldn't want that any other different, right? Because like at the end of the day, when this project is done, we'll be able to say personally whether it's a good decision or not. What's up, feline? Yes, I am an unk. Need the hexagon wheels to go with that. That's you talking about the Minecraft car. That's what that is. The series tends to generate tremendous amounts of discussion, whether it's about the number of mini games, the story, or even character shipping. How do you feel about that? Damn, they fucking actually said that to him. I know translations can be wild, but they actually said that to him. I'm grateful for it. Games are a medium, a community, and a culture. While a culture has certain unchanging aspects, I believe it only truly shapes into a culture when people discuss it from many different perspectives. If everyone looked at something in the exact same way, it might not leave a lasting impression and could fade into obscurity over time. Great. Absolute point. The fact that people for years before the remake series was a thing have been arguing in forums which existed in the late 90s, early 2000s. People have been arguing about this game since then. It kind of keeps it alive in a lot of ways, which is why the devs always kind of bring up, or they film, or they tease shipping things in trailers, because they know that sparks an interest for a certain fan base, and it keeps people talking. The very fact that the community is so active and conversations happen, debates keep erupting, it's kind of an entertainment in itself. When people discuss and get heated about mini games, the story, or the relationships between characters in FF7, I think that only happens because they see value in those elements. And I'm proud that this series has enough depth and capacity to inspire those kinds of discussions. He's right. And I'm glad that they specifically, in the very early beginnings of the promo aspects for Revelation, they doubled down and said they're not going to be reducing the amount of mini games. They're just going to reduce the way that you would approach mini games and not have so much in-game crazy content dedicated to completing them, right? Which I'm a fan of. I'm okay with that. So I do think that for Revelation, this is going to be the game that strikes the perfect balance between Rebirth and Remake and do its own thing in hopefully the best possible ways, because of how much feedback that they've had over the years between the mini games, the story direction and all that, you know? I'm glad that that's something that they leaned into when it comes to FF7, because for a long time, Final Fantasy games from, I didn't really play 11, but like 12, 13, 14 has mini games, 15 has a mini game, it's just the fishing mini game, I think, and then 16 had none. They're kind of, with FF7, in a way, funny way, rebirthing the series by leaning into the things that made people fall in love with it in the first place. A lot of people talk about this all the time. Final Fantasy 15 had one town, and all the little locations you went to, all the gas stations, were just asset flips. Same exact areas restructured differently. With FF7, while there are some areas and some buildings that you might go to and they might look the same, it is not in any way the same. It is completely different. Towns are super unique, like, from each other. Locations are super unique from each other. And especially with, shout out to David Matos, his crazy ass mod that he's done where he's like improved the shader and the way that it injects itself into the game. The regions look completely different, even more now than what they did before. Corel, there's rocks, there's patterns, there's actual patterns on the floor in Corel that I didn't even know existed. Mind-blowing. The lighting, a lot of people are saying the lighting for Revelation does look better already than it did in Rebirth, but I don't think that, we need to see a character's face in direct gameplay that's not a cutscene. Because the way that games are developed now, whenever there's a cutscene, they control where the lighting is, and the characters will typically look good in cutscenes. They won't look like they're in-game models because of the way that shit is designed. That is the case for Rebirth. Anytime there's a character cutscene or a camera zoom in, it looks good, unless it's like a gameplay one, right? Like the Sephiroth and Cloud synergy ability, when they do the cross attack or whatever, that shit looked like ass in the beginning. And now it looks really good. Somebody posted it on Twitter, a side-by-side comparison of the two. Night and day difference. Cloud actually looks real, like a real person. His eyebrows are present. There wasn't before. There was no light on his... There was too much light on his face. So overall, it's a positive. It's good. I think that going forward, Revelation will have better lighting, and I hope that in gameplay, that is consistent. Yeah, crash test. I mean, any toxicity in general. Because, I mean, we're here to have discussions. There are certain things that some people might like about the games that others don't like. And for people to just shit on them just for not agreeing with them in certain ways, I'm not about that. I've never been. Look at Cloud jumping from the high wind. It looks flat. We'll pull up the trailer in, I think, the third article that we go through. Do you think Revelation will be released in February like Rebirth was? I don't think so. I think it'll be later. If not end of March, it could be April. And that would just be consistent with what they've always done. Because Remake released April 2020. Previous entries are selling several times better than expected. Since the announcement of Revelation, we've been seeing Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth appear in sales rankings across platforms like Steam. How are they performing? They're doing extremely well. Even before Summer Games Fest 2026, both, that's a typo, 7 Remake and Rebirth have been selling steadily. Back when Rebirth was announced, every time it became a hot topic, the sales of Remake would also rise. Similarly, I'm sure every time Revelation attracts attention, more people will become interested in Rebirth. Following the 2026 Summer Games Fest, we saw an enormous response in terms of sales. I can't share specific figures, but sales are several times better than we had expected. Several times better than they had expected. That in itself is a huge deal. I think I'll chime in my point after this because I think he further elaborates on something else, which is like, why can't we just hear it? I think fans and dedicated fan communities are very interested in how many copies we have sold, but I can say they're performing even better than most people probably imagine. That means more and more people are playing the previous entries, which gives me great confidence as we prepare to release Revelation. I know there are requests for us to disclose the numbers, but that's something that falls under our investor relations policies. So I hope people understand. So they're being told to hold their tongue. They can't say what the numbers are. And easily there's a wide amount of discussion and negativity that would go away if they could. The numbers are probably not that bad, dude. When you think about the fact that this game was on one platform for the first year and a half, and then it came to PC and it sold even more, and it continues to sell more, and it sold again when Revelation was announced. Those twin pack sales, all of that taken into account, I think the series milestone is like what they're holding out for, because they always mention that, right? They talked about the series as a whole has sold X amount of copies. It seems like they don't care about that, and it's selling better than they expected, and that they think other people would think that it was selling, which is great. If you ask me, I personally think if they really want to ramp up those numbers, like get those numbers up there in crazy chat, they would do a triple pack in 2027 when the game releases. Do a triple pack with Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation. It'd be a crazy good collector's item because of, where is it? Damn, I don't have my FF7 on my desk. Where is it? The original FF7 was 3 discs. We all know that. It would be an insane collector's item, and it would sell out crazy physically. Now, I know there's another article where Hamaguchi talks about the future of physicality and whether that would exist. I haven't read into it yet. We will just now. But from what I recall, PlayStation's not axing physical media until 2028. January 2028. Which, Revelation is coming out next year. And that's 2027. So there is still a chance that they can still produce and make that stuff. And not only do a 3-pack, man. Throw Magic the Gathering in that shit. You want sales? Throw Magic the Gathering in that shit too. Make an exclusive card that already exists. New artwork or some shit. People will go crazy and buy that stuff. They did for Nintendo when Rebirth and Remake dropped there, right? I think there's a lot of people that would buy the 3-pack. I almost bought the physical twin pack, even though I already have both games, just because it looked cool. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for the 3-pack. And not only that, we're not forgetting, it's not a huge demographic, I don't think. I don't think there's a lot of people, but I have seen comments, a lot of comments over the years, chat, from many people. I've been making videos for 6 years now. For 6 years, there's always been comments from people saying, I'm a big FF7 fan. I love the original game. I have plans to play it, but I will only play it when all the games come out. I've heard that from so many people. And even more so now, there's a lot of them now diving into Rebirth now that it's out on everything. Because they're like, hey, by the time I finish Remake and then Rebirth, Part 3 will be out. Which is true. Because a lot of these people, they don't play the games to like beat them as quickly as we do within the first month of them being out, right? So there is a smaller, but there is a demographic there of people that have been holding out on FF7 Remake and Rebirth because they want all 3 games to be out, and for it to also be out on their platform. There's a lot of people that are trying to play this shit on PC day one, and I'm excited more than anything else to see how strong Revelation will be sales wise now that it's PC day one. Capcom has been killing it for years now. Capcom has been telling us that, hey, PCs are #1 selling market for our games, and we know why, because they have amazing sales. They have great mod support. The games are good as well. So I'm kind of excited to see exactly how Revelation goes for that in the future. Rebirth shot up to number 3 best selling on the eShop right before the 60% discount ended. Right before it ended too, damn. I don't know why so many people are concerned about like the sales aspect of it, because from what I gather, some people are like, oh, part 3 is not going to be a real thing. They're not going to release it because it didn't sell that much copies. And then part 3 gets announced. And now it's like, oh, nobody's going to buy it anyways because it didn't sell. What do you want? What are you trying to fight over? Why are you trying to create this argument and discussion that doesn't exist or shouldn't exist? It makes no sense to be in the conversation, I don't think. Oh shit, I forgot. This thing. Wait, what the hell? Oh no, is it not responding? I let it sit in the background too long? Wait. Task manager, give me some hope here. There we go. So chat, that I think that opened up in like 20 minutes. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if you guys are tuning in now, but we were talking about my Rebirth Platinum video. And I don't know if you're also here still, Max, but like this is what this file looks like. This shit is crazy. Oh, also, wait, is this the edit that I did? Yeah, it is. Kill it. Almost nothing can bring us down, except for Sephiroth. That'll promise you that'll look so much better. Right now, I'm still like cutting it down and getting it all to have a visual, and then I'm going to like restructure in the way that some of these memes and shit flow. Almost nothing can bring us down, except for talk about Sephiroth and Cloud looking like this shit. It's so fucking stupid. I love it. But yeah, it's so much easier now, and like, look how many files I have here, chat. All right. Damn, Chrome is using 10 gigs. I could free that up a little bit. Dude, I love that it's actually pulling at the proper speeds, Ethernet wise. I'm now seeing that it's actually like hitting over 1,000. Where is it? Oh, yeah, this one. I hate not having 64 gigs of RAM. Well, the haters are only really loud in this like period of nothingness when the game is like not out. $600, Tom? Oops. I drag clicked it. All right. Maybe it isn't great to showcase this while live streaming because it is pulling my video files from the stream PC over the network. The good thing is it's prioritizing OBS, which I like. I didn't realize it opened up so long ago. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I found a little workaround, Tom. I ended up getting a splitter, a 5-port splitter, to get my shit cranked out. So now we're hitting the
if I can be honest, maybe give.
Oh, this is like the recent. This is when we won. Piano and shit. I love it. I love how fast it is, man. Look at it. Look at this shit. Absolutely decimating this, which gives. Yeah. So just to give you guys an idea how much more audio I have left to edit, I have 35 minutes left, and the video unedited is currently sitting at 21 minutes, which is good. Because that means I can get the Rebirth Platinum video into the 40-minute range, right? Because right now it's over 50, but that's not a representation at all with the memes and like the shit that I'm gonna cut from it. I'm gonna cut a lot out of this. Right now I'm overdoing the audio because it's always best to have too much audio for me personally with the way that I edit, because then I could just cut shit and add stuff there, you know? Oh yeah, Max, there's another thing you'll probably notice. I don't know if you use the newer Vegas. So the newer Vegas makes it so that when you right click, it does this, like the drag, which is great. But when you left click, it does this, and when you right click, it does this. If you want this, you can actually switch that. Going into options, preference, editing, this one here. Use right mouse button to switch to the selection edit tool. That's the main thing that I would change, so this way you can like make your workflow in Vegas smoother. New Vegas. Boris. But 600 is pretty good for your area, right, Tom? I read FF8 songs played on a harp. Yeah. Actually, there's a creator. I forget her name. Harp is Bored. Harp is Bored. She's been doing it for years. She's so good. Oh, I'm so excited to start editing this shit again. I'm not gonna lie. It's got me like doing the Birdman hand rub chat. There's some companies that offer 4,000 up and down for you, but you know how that would look in practice. Probably not the full speeds. I think you would get the full speeds, but it depends on the hardware. You would need to make sure that you have a router that's guaranteed that can do, or like a modem and router that's guaranteed to do at least 5 gigabytes port. Because my Asus router only has a 2.5 gigabit port, one of them. But my modem router from AT&T, that shit has a 1.5 gigabit port. And that's what I'm using. I basically plugged I plugged the 5 gigabit port into a splitter, and I'm sending that Ethernet feed to my PC, my router itself, so this way wirelessly we can get a little bit more. And well, both PCs, the PS5 and stuff. The PS5 doesn't need it. The PS5 can't even go over. It doesn't even matter. Like, you know, Sony has fucked with that shit so hard. But I did get my PS5's like ports open for bitch ass Black Ops. Black Ops had me on a moderate NAT type. That shit is open now. And it feels like a night and day difference. Like, it's crazy, the connectivity difference on actually like moving around and shit. Chill, Muffin. How you been, dude? Oh, so you can probably do it. If you have the money, I would say try it for like the month, because they could always just swap it back and forth, right? They don't need to come and like set up special cables for you. But if anything, I think the 1000 is all you really need. I mean, look at that. Look at that shit right there. That shit beautiful. There's 7 parts before the white live stream and dark live stream chapters on the way to the smile. That's definitely by design choice. Numerology and Final Fantasy. There's no doubt about that. Dude, Mathane, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for the gift bombs. Appreciate you, man. And hopefully that meal turns out great. I know it will. You gonna put a lot of love and care into that. Right, chat? Chat, you always put a lot of love and care into your meat. $4,000 up and down, you start building a NAS server. Programs better, browser shit better open up before you even like think about a website. Are there any particular regions where the remake series has especially strong momentum? For starters, rather than a specific region, the numbers clearly show that PC gaming culture has become much more stronger. Naturally, the English-speaking market remains a very strong factor on PC. But simplified Chinese PC market has also grown to a comparable level. And we're seeing that reflected in sales in both Remake and Rebirth. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, that's kind of crazy. How do sales affect the development process? As creators, our biggest motivation comes from seeing so many people play what we've built and watching our content become a global topic of conversation. Why did I have a brain fart there? Yeah, okay. Development process. How do sales? It becomes a global topic of conversation, so generating buzz is also important. That's right. Of course, if all the attention were negative, that would be a problem. But I think the fact that there are so many comments in general to help motivate people after announcing Revelation, we received an incredible amount of feedback from players. Throughout the remake series, I both personally and the team have felt tremendous support and encouragement from our fans, especially when considering that we've been developing the project for over a whole decade. Chat, it's only really Twitter that's super negative. If you go to any other social media platform, you go to Facebook, which I don't personally use Facebook. I just post shit on there. But Facebook and Instagram have billions of users. YouTube has billions of users. Facebook only has like hundreds of millions. And it's not available in every country. And also some countries ban it. Twitter is not a great representation of what the general public feels like because the general public's not on there. Majority of the people, as much as we hate, like, you know, Facebook and shit, are there. Our aunties and our uncles, grandmas and shit, getting tricked by AI with no regulation. That shit is all on that platform, on Facebook. It also happens on Twitter too. But the general population, majority of people use Facebook and Instagram, and it's a completely different market. You ever read through a comment section on Instagram? It is so much more packed with normal interactions compared to what you would expect from Twitter. Twitter is not a real place. It's a place where people go to hate farm to farm engagement because they get paid more for it. That is what it is. It's what it's always been. Well, certain decisions made it that way. Can't say it was always like that, but you know. If all the attention were negative, it would be a problem. Yeah. There are remake series. Personally, the team felt support. Yeah, so they felt good. They felt like they were being supported the entire time. They didn't feel like they were being attacked or told, "Hey, this isn't good. We should stop this." Tender love and care. I see. The voices of players are what keeps you going. Yes, it truly is. While a typical AAA game tends to take 3 or 4 years to make, we spend more than 10 years creating 3 games. FF7 Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation. From a personal standpoint, dedicating more than a decade of your creative career to a single project is a major life decision. He's right. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember when this project and stuff was first announced. Hamaguchi didn't look like this, man. He looked much more younger. I'm not saying that like he looks old or like that's a bad thing, but he's definitely grown and like has changed over the last, I mean, we've seen him over the last 6 years, but it's been more than that he and the rest of these guys have been working on this game significantly longer. You know, I just realized, chat, I also have the tactics on back burner for the platinum. We'll eventually get to that. But yeah, the voices of the players is what keeps them going. And they've been saying that. They've said that before Remake was announced, that like Max's video is what motivated them in dark times to continue pushing them forward towards like creating this project and making it the best way that they possibly can. So they look at all that stuff at either a bigger scale, smaller scale, or in the middle. They're locked in. They're tuned into all this shit. 10 years, that's a huge portion of a creator's career. That's why gaining a sense of fulfillment from the work we do is the most important factor. Knowing that people around the world are excited that what we created is the greatest motivation is what we get asked for. Of course, FF7 is incredible, powerful IP in itself, but more than anything else, he feels that it was the players' support that gave them a sense of purpose. Next to that, over 90% of the staff who worked on Remake stayed with them all the way to Revelation. That's incredible. For any company, that's insane. For Square Enix, this is wild. Do you know how many projects in Squaresoft Day, up until Square Enix, like that they'll cut sometimes half of the staff, and then that's why the sequels of certain games will come out and they play nothing like the previous one, or look nothing like it? I love that. That surprised a lot of people overseas, which is an unexpected reaction for us. I mean, you know the company you work for, right? I read the Bloomberg piece about that. Despite being a AAA project, each installment was developed quickly because more than 90% of the staff carried over from the previous game. Yeah, I mean, he already just said that. Is this flipped? This is like the same question. A lot of people agree with the idea of keeping a team together instead of disbanding between projects. It helps shortening development time. It does. What's up, Real Gaming? How you been? I think the fact that so many people are working on this project with a firm commitment to seeing through to the very end is certainly due to in part of the strength of the FF7 IP, but also because we were able to create this project surrounded by fans who have tremendously high expectations for it. Of course, those expectations are built upon the results of what we delivered so far. If Remake and Rebirth hadn't lived up to players' expectations, then Revelation probably wouldn't be generating this level of anticipation either. Because we've been able to meet players' expectations, they continue to look forward to what's next, and in turn, the development team is motivated to live up to the... Oh my god, what's happening here? Am I having a stroke? I feel like these last 3 excerpts are just repeating the same things over and over again. This is funny. Chat, I'm gonna read this back to you. Yo, what does this sound like? Of course, those expectations are built upon the results we delivered so far. If Remake and Rebirth hadn't lived up to players' expectations, then Revelation wouldn't be generating this level of anticipation either. But because we've been able to meet players' expectations, they've continued to look forward to what's next. And in turn, the team is motivated to live up to those new expectations. Creating a positive synergy has kept everyone's motivation high. It feels like we've created a virtuous cycle. Dude, I feel like these are all like one thing, and it's all blended together, these pieces. I'm not the only one, okay. I hope Revelation lives up to expectations as well. Finally, I'd like to ask something a little different. Thank you. With Sony's recent announcement regarding diskless console gaming, there's a possibility that a physical game release could eventually disappear. What's your personal opinion on that? And can you tell us whether, if not, Revelation will receive a physical edition? Hamaguchi says, personally, I'm in favor of physical editions. Nothing makes me happier than those moments at community events where fans bring their games for him to sign. He'd be a little sad if the culture of keeping games physically and sharing those memories eventually fade away. That said, looking at the industry as a whole, he does think digital sales will continue to grow, driven by the changes in convenience and distribution, rather than the physical editions disappearing altogether. Yeah, I mean, they at this point are just, they still make like steelbook cases and put like a code in there, so that'll probably never go away. But it sucks that the production of those things might drop, making them even more crazy rare. I think the format itself might change, whether that be Nintendo's game keycard system or boxes that simply include a download code. It's already happening, man. Traditional releases where everything is contained entirely on a physical disc or cartridge may gradually become less common. As for Revelation, I'm aware that, following SIE's announcement, some fans have become concerned that the game might end up being digital only. While this is all I'm only able to share at this time, given the current stage of Revelation's development, a complete change in direction would be difficult for us. Therefore, we are actively exploring the possibility of releasing a physical retail version. There we go, chat. Somebody wanted me to read another article where Hamaguchi said they might not release a physical one. He says right here that this is all he can share at this time. In the stage of Revelation's development, a complete change in direction would be difficult for them. Therefore, they are actively exploring the possibility of releasing a physical retail version. That said, every platform has its own regulations, whether that's support for game keycards or media capacity limitations. Right now, we're discussing internally how to best preserve the game's quality while also meeting fans' expectations. Personally, I'd like to continue working towards making a physical edition happen. I'd love to buy a physical edition myself, and yeah, it's coming in spring of 2027. So it looks like the team is focused on trying to make sure that physical release is their focus, that is what they are trying to do. So it seemed like the other article that people were mentioning, he didn't want to really elaborate or say too much on it, but on this one he kind of says a little bit more. I think it's going to have a physical release. I really truly think it will. I know this year Grand Theft Auto won't. Like, Grand Theft Auto will have a physical edition that comes with a code and then all the other bullshit that comes with that. But when it comes down to it, I think Square Enix, if you guys are listening, if you're watching this, you could tap into a massive market of people that want to make sure that they have their 3 discs, their 3 games physically next to each other, or even the idea of a triple pack being a thing that they could own. And you guys can sell that to an extreme community and fan base that will buy it. I think that is 100% the way they should go about it, especially since 2028 January isn't when PlayStation's officially cutting off the manufacturing or distribution of physical shit. So if they were to do this for when Revelation releases in 2027, I think they could lean into those. And then the same thing we talked about with Magic the Gathering. Do another Magic the Gathering collaboration, since they both love that relationship and the fans love it too. You throw something in there as well. You get people to continue to buy this shit, you know, and people that aren't even fans of the game. People, this asshole collectors and scalpers and shit that'll go and they'll buy this shit and resell them. as shitty as that sounds, but yeah. I think there's going to be a physical edition for Revelation. I don't think they're going to not lean into that. I feel like it would be stupid for them, especially with them not complaining about sales, but Square Enix as a company being afraid to talk about their total sales. It would make more people buy shit, especially that same demographic we talked about earlier. There's a big demographic of people that have been waiting for Revelation, the entire trilogy, to finish and be available on other platforms before jumping into it. So there's a lot of new fans jumping into Remake and Rebirth now, but there's going to be even more new fans when Revelation drops that'll be jumping in and buying that potential possible triple pack that may or may not exist. You know? You see more and more people being angry that there are only 4 fits, saying it's better than no fits at all. Yeah, but I also did notice there's a lot of space in the menu for other fits to exist. And they also talked about DLC being a thing for the game. Maybe in post-release, they'll continue to update the game, add things to it, we can get more fits. Because there's space for it. It feels like Revelation is going to be that game that has extra DLC and extra things added to it in post because it's the final FF7 thing. Now, I don't think that they're like Bandai Namco, where like Bandai, for example, with Dragon Ball games, Xenoverse, Sparking, those games have like 25 different DLCs that they release after, and they're also high quality DLCs. I don't think FF7 is going to be that game. It might be a game that at a max get 3 or 4 DLCs spread out. Me too, Lewis. I think that if there is a trilogy pack that exists, like a triple pack, where I can have like a special art box designed around splitting the titles, 1, 2, and 3, Remake, Revelation, and Rebirth into one, I'm buying that shit. What was the Epic Game DLC leak? That a story expansion pass exists. Like a pass that you can buy that's cheaper than the actual stories expansion that they will release in total, and then you could just pay a one-time fee and get all of them. The 9 different DLCs is nothing different than what Square Enix has always done, because all their games always had 9 DLCs. They count the items, the bangles, the summons, all of those things as DLC. But the main thing that people are talking about is the story expansion pass. That's unique wording, you know? Somebody also mentioned that that's what Final Fantasy 16 originally had as well, and we know that that came out with 2 DLCs. So it's possible. I think it is. But all around good news, chat. What do you guys think about this? The second half of the article gave me a stroke, but I'm happy, man. I mean, it did take us like 3 hours to get through this, 2 hours, but there's a lot of good news in here, and the fact that physical is still going to be a thing. Hamaguchi is a man of many interviews. I don't think that there is going to be a point at all where he won't be doing an interview. But that was a great reveal at the end there. A great revelation, some would say. That their entire team is actively working on making sure a physical retail version exists and will release for this game. Which I agree with, man. I think they need that. And it will help them a ton, especially if they do it in a triple pack. Oh, 1 second, chat. But yeah, chat. The Discord link is working now. Awesome. Sweet. Ba-na-na. Damn, I didn't know this song was in this playlist. Oh, sick. That's awesome. I just got a really cool DM from this company. Nice, chat. That's exciting. It's a pretty unique game. I can't wait to play that with you guys. Yeah, I removed a lot of the bloated channels in the Discord and just kind of kept it as a base, because I felt like our Discord, while it has like 900 people in there, it's barely active because there's too many channels that are like nonsense and bloat and like nobody uses, you know. So I removed a significant portion of them and kind of made general Discord rooms, so this way we can kind of get back to feeling like a community, because we don't feel like a community at all. Da-na-na. Yeah, it honestly, we had a lot of rooms in the Discord, man. We had rooms that were dedicated to games that came out and died, that didn't exist. It's like impossible to play that game, you know. So I'm like, why are we doing that? I made a message and tagged everybody in it that I was doing that. So that was a week and a half ago. Bugs, but Discord's weird. Oh shit, wait, what? What does this mean? Wait, there's no gifts in here, are you kidding me? YouTube, you lied. It says I can start a community goal for super chats or gifts. It just says super chats. Yeah, that's a lie. They lying to me. What's up, Liquid? Liquid. That was a fantastic article, man. But there are other stuff too to talk about too. Like this game's radar one. I think I might be able to skip this one because it's like, it's more about Hamaguchi talking about the physical, digital thing. But in the previous article, the more up-to-date one, he already talked about the teams working on releasing a physical game. So that's all that matters to me personally, because I feel like this stuff doesn't make sense. Yeah, this was like 3 days ago. So I don't think this is relevant anymore. Yeah, not relevant anymore. Oh, okay, this is at FanFest, I think, which I don't think is in the right order. I think the main thing would be to put it here. You know what? We'll just go through it. Whatever. Hamaguchi talks Final Fantasy 7 Revelation 14 and physical media plans. It would be a shame to lose physical media. I feel like this might be the same thing, but where does the thing start off? Have you heard of the meme, the Final Fantasy 14 meme that had everybody playing it? I'm doing good. Just getting back into streaming. You know, we missed the last couple of weeks, and I feel bad about that. So we're back on it. Things are feeling good. The chat is vibing. It's been a great stream so far. You see on X, the one you're talking about? Yeah, it's the game where like you scream. You have to like anime scream your super attack. And it's like PvP. That shit is gonna be funny. That's the one I was talking about, Tom. Da, 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 da. I think that article is in here, which I feel like it's a little bit of an exaggeration. There are deep lore, and there's a lot of characters in Final Fantasy VI, but I don't think it'll need 5 titles. I think you could do that with 1. You just have to, more than anything, expand on like the world interactivity, especially when like World of Ruin shit happens, but also not go as hard as you did with Remake as far as like making some small sections into full-blown chapters. You know what I mean? Like in Remake, there's a chapter, I think it's chapter 5, when you're above the plate. No, or is it chapter, I think it's chapter 6. When you're above like the sewer system, the subway system and shit, and you're with Barrett and Tifa, and you're crossing over the top of like the slums, but you're underneath the upper plate. That being a whole chapter was not needed. Did not need that. And also the chapter before that, where they jump off of the train and shit, that wasn't needed as well. That was all like incredible amounts of fluff for no reason. 1 game per character. Bro, doesn't Final Fantasy VI have 12 characters? And the final game ends Final Fantasy VI Doomsday. The whole world has been ruined. He said the thing. Collaboration for Final Fantasy 14. FF7 is coming to 14 via a raid event series. So very similar to what we saw in previous years, where Nier, for example, had a raid series with FF14. I think FF16 had a quest event. 15 had a quest event as well. Final Fantasy 8 had a raid series with, not raid series, but like it had Eden being a focus, as far as there was another FF8 thing in there too. I'm drawing a blank on it, but in general, like they've so far collaborated with all other games. They did a Final Fantasy VI Kefka raid. There's an FF7 one coming. Now, whether that's going to be Sephiroth, I don't know, because we've already fought weapons before. We fought weapons, and weapons exist in Final Fantasy 14. So we could see a deeper thing. Maybe we go to Midgar and we fight Hojo or some shit, right? So it's going to be called Beyond the Livestream, and this is what the key art is, which, if you ask me, I think this is fucking lazy as shit. I get it, they don't have anything prepared for it yet, but this is the Final Fantasy VII Remake key art from 2017, when the game was announced in 2015 and nobody heard shit about it in 2016. 2017, they reminded us that the game still existed, that it was being worked on with this key art. Does anybody remember that? And then that's when we started to hear more about the game, because it was brought, at this point when this key art was made, it was when the game was brought internally in-house. So it's the same exact Final Fantasy VII Remake key art, which I'll pull it up right here. FF7 Remake key art 2017. IGN did an article. This is 2017, January 31st, 2017. They really like January 31st, huh? And lo and behold, it is literally The same fucking image. Square Enix or FF14 team. How dare you? This is a theme on PS4, for real? I didn't know that. I have the Tifa theme still on my PS4. But yeah, they are just reusing the same exact key art, which ain't a problem, but it's kind of funny. I hope that that's just temporary. Please do something else. Do a little bit more than that. It's impressive that Final Fantasy XIV for years has existed, and well, my watch just told me I'm stressed. Well, I am thirsty, but I'm not stressed. It's been impressive to me that Final Fantasy XIV has existed as long as it did and has made a conscious effort and point to not do a whole bunch of Final Fantasy VII collaborations. They have some. Like, you can ride Cloud's bike, you can get Cloud's outfit from Advent Children. That stuff exists in 14, but an actual event other than references dedicated to FF7, they've never done that, and they've proven and they've wanted to prove and celebrate other Final Fantasies that maybe a lot of people haven't heard of, like the Final Fantasy 4 stuff. 6 has been heavily referenced a lot in 14. 8 got a lot of references recently. Final Fantasy 9 got a lot of references when they did the Crystalline Conflict, the Hunt theme song in there. There's been a lot of Final Fantasy representation in 14, just not for 7 and not for 10. Well, that's the cool thing about it, Bonsai. I don't think those people realize that, hey, fits are probably going to be optional. I don't think that there's going to be a thing that forces you to have to use a fit. They'll probably be the first time they introduce it, like equip a fit and whatever. But I don't think that we won't be able to do challenges in our default outfit. You know, I don't think that the fits are going to be determined for that. Unfortunately, I did see the Stellar Blade AI music video, and it's fucking stupid as hell. They have a Sony logo in there, they have K-pop demon hunters, and she's fucking singing in Japanese. What? I don't even want to talk about that. Like, I don't like what direction they're going in, and the creator of Stellar Blade has always been like pro AI, even with the original like first game release. Not a fan of the new character's design, man. Like, it looks weird. And then they did that stupid ass music video, and it's kind of like sealed their fate for me. I'm like, all right, well, this was going to be a fun game gameplay wise, but now it's like, what are we doing? Beyond a live stream involves the supervision of veterans from the OG game. Nojima will be writing, or at least be supervising this. That's pretty cool. He's responsible for Cloud, and the man responsible for Cloud's luck, Nomura. Amusingly, I like that they said that. I don't think Cloud will be appearing here. Like, how is this raid series gonna be? Is Cloud gonna show up and we're gonna be fighting alongside him against Sephiroth? That would be fucking cool. That actually would be sick. Yo, Max, would you end up you know, grinding out 14 just to run this event? I can carry you. I used to be a pretty good tank in 14. Unless you want to tank, you can tank, because I have better DPS characters than I do have tank characters. You will have your AI slop and you're gonna like it? How dare you? Feed me my own hands. 14's version of the Gold Saucer is getting a revamp to look like more like it does in FF7. It's amazing. You know, the Gold Saucer in Final Fantasy 14. Oh, you're making a joke about being like naked. That's gonna be day one. People are gonna make that mod in a Revelation, like they always do for the Rebirth series and Resident Evil. The Gold Saucer was addicting in Final Fantasy 14. I remember spending 2 months of my subscription just in the Gold Saucer, never leaving, logging in, doing my cactpots, playing the lotto, doing triple triad, unlocking all the cards until I got like Cloud's triple triad card, And then I got fucking the Fenrir mount. And then they added more shit in there that costs even more than 1 million MGP. I also was unlocking all the other characters. I think I have almost every character's triple triad card in 14. Which we should, maybe we should start playing some 14 soon. Because I never really got through Endwalker. I also never really fully finished up the post patches for Shadowbringers. Trave, how you doing, man? What's going on? Bonsai. I do like it though. It's gonna revamp to look like it does in 7, complete with a typing game that'll get an FF7 theme to start. A typing game? Like speed typing? I will have to play against like a computer? Yeah, Flare, I think we can make that we can start focusing on that probably before GTA comes out. Maybe make that like our October thing. Yeah, I feel like October FF14 would be kind of cool to go through. Maybe I'll replay through the Shadowbringers story just so I can have a good refresher. Hamaguchi says that, similar to Yoshi P, he's there to guide the team's excitement into something realistic and achievable. You have to be really careful that it's not impacting the 14 patch release date schedule, because then we're putting a cart before the horse. As for what successful collaboration looks like, Hamaguchi says Final Fantasy VII fans jumping into 14 and becoming Warriors of Light would be great, especially if Evercold and the crossover brought some of that momentum to the launch of Revelation itself, which it will. Believe it or not, chat, the Clive being in Tekken was pretty big for a lot of people that didn't know who Clive was or played any Final Fantasy. I've talked to Tekken players overseas that have actually gotten into 16, which is cool. Like, you know, 16, you know, you guys already know I don't really like it as a game in itself or like a Final Fantasy. I think it's cool and I like Clive and I like Ben Starr and stuff, but it is what it is. There's a lot of them got into 16 and loved 16 because Clive was in Tekken. These collaboration things work. So there's a lot of people that you wouldn't believe this that have played FF14 but have never played FF7. And playing this would get them to go and play FF7 Revelation. They know it's a new game. They know it's a new series coming out, and then probably play the OG. And then vice versa. There's going to be a lot of Final Fantasy VII fans. Probably a lot of you guys in the chat. There's a lot of people in my community over the years that have never played really any online game whatsoever. As a matter of fact, you don't even really have to play with a party in Final Fantasy XIV anymore. From what I understand, they moved the trust system to the previous patches. So now in the base game, I think you can use the base party NPC characters as your party members and play that way if you don't want to play online with other people. I think that's pretty cool. I also heard that they're going to be revamping the game so that this way you don't have to go through all the expansion patches, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Gaming Tracks, have a good night, dude. There's the Elfie Sephiroth clash in the Before Crisis first chapter. I saw it, but it doesn't look cool. The ground didn't break and the screen didn't shake. It was very disappointing. Yeah, Tifa in Street Fighter 6 is going to be massive. Forgot about that. Tifa in SF6, dude. Street Fighter is... If there's... Okay, remember what Ludwig was talking about, like not a whole lot of viewers in the Street Fighter market, which he's not wrong. However, when a new character comes out, that is the complete opposite. There's going to be a lot of people that will be playing and jumping back into Street Fighter, especially with Tifa. Will be playing her for the first time. A lot of people will be downloading her. It's going to be a game changer. Trying to get Street Fighter 6 just to play as Tifa. I haven't played Street Fighter games since 3. See, like there's a lot of people that will be getting Street Fighter just to play as her. So these collaboration things do work. Why play a game, go through the expansion patches, why experience the story? Why do anything? I'm definitely going to be making that my Tifa. Wait, is your name a reference to you playing Mai and Tifa in Street Fighter? But yes, I suppose the ultimate aim is to see that throughout the excitement and enjoyment. There's a certain solid sense of anticipation around both games already. Final Fantasy XIV's Evercold reveal has left some of the MMO heads on this very website feeling hopeful. Hamaguchi tells them it's been really wonderful to see players pick up Remake and Rebirth on PC, Xbox, Nintendo Switch. Duty complete. Of course, excitement can lead to additional pressure. 7 Revelation is the final entry into the trilogy, which will split one game into 3. He hopes that Rebirth, what it offers in terms of combat and open world, he asks how the team is freshening up the game in terms of recent comments about open world fatigue. He talked about that? I personally don't think... I mean, I haven't seen too many conversations about open world fatigue. Hamaguchi speaks about that. I completely missed this. I was out last week, chat. This is a week ago. Revelation will have a bigger world than Rebirth did, and tells Eurogamer that not overdoing it is on his mind. As long as the things feel natural. Like somebody in the chat mentioned that some of the minigames felt like they were shoehorned into certain areas just for the sake of having one. Like I felt like that with Gears and Gambits. There's no reason why it should be in the game. They just kind of just did it. And I feel bad because there's probably some people that worked on Gears and Gambits and they felt like they created a good product. It just wasn't really enjoyable. Oh, you didn't play Street Fighter, gotcha. Well, both of those characters will be good. They were watching a podcast recently, and one of the dudes was saying how the Final Fantasy 14 and 7 collab isn't to benefit 14, but it's to benefit FF7. He's kind of right. Well, yeah, because a lot of FF7 fans don't play online games in general at all. So the turnover rate of people playing FF7 Revelation and seeing that, hey, if Final Fantasy 14 has an event, I'm gonna go play that, download the game just to try it out. It's not gonna be that easy for people to get into that because they have to go through all the other expansions, all the other patches, all the different story stuff before you can actually access that thing that's going to be current and new. So there's going to be a lower scale, right? It'll probably be like it'll probably be more people going from 14 to Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation on an easier scale than it would be the other way. It's just natural. There's just way too much content in 14 for a lot of people to see and get through, and maybe some people will jump into that and then see how much stuff they have to do and then tap out. But that's why I saw not Hamaguchi, Yoshi P said in another article that he's working on a way to simplify FF14 for newcomers, which they need to do because it's a lot that you have to go through. The world is even bigger than in Rebirth, so it's more important for them to ensure there's enough guidance here so people have no issues with what this game has to offer. Ooh, I don't like that. There's a lot of open world games out in the world right now, and the idea of open world fatigue is a very important concept to him. He notes that it's a personal preference and different perceptions, but for him personally, he knows he had the experience where he has been thrown out into an open world game and didn't know where to go, not know where to begin, and not knowing what to do. As someone who's just playing FF7 Rebirth and is now waiting ages for the game, it's been pretty striking how different the layout of the game is compared to the first game of the Remake trilogy. It is. It's completely different. While 7 Remake did have little hubs to explore and get up to nonsense, it was very much funneling you forward with the adventure. Rebirth, on the other hand, is a much more open world game, full of distractions in each of the game's areas, which people spend countless hours running through the maps to find all of the things. With it still a few chapters to go. For him personally, as a creator, he thinks it's important to offer proper guidance for players in new open world games. He says Rebirth team wanted to make it easy for people to see how much content there is, and says that design philosophy is applied to Revelation. Players have all the guidance that they need. This is something that both myself and the development team were very careful about when they designed the game. He also singles out the high wind and parachute mechanic and stresses it isn't as simple as picking where to go and letting the cutscene drop you there. No? After you open a parachute, you kind of had to rely on your memory to ensure that you're actually dropping in the place you want to go. Oh, this is billed as another example of the guidance we're giving players without directing them too much. I hope they find a strong balance, man, because I don't want there to be so much hand-holding. You don't want the game to hold your hand and show you everywhere that you can go. It's not fun. Not fun for myself, not fun for a lot of you guys. There's plenty of people that don't want that in their games, and I feel like that was the thing in Rebirth, was like them showing off, hey, this world exists, look how huge it is, look at all these things you can do, but at the same time, it can be overwhelming if you're just checklist marking everything that people can click on and go for and access, you know? So you definitely want to find a balance in there. That's scary. He says there's two ways that they're going about that in regards to the fatigue question, now that we went through that quickly. First is adding a greater sense of exploration to the world map, pointing to the grasslands in Rebirth. He says it's a very large and expansive area, but it's also flat. The remedy is more verticality. Can't reveal everything, but it does say you can dive into the map from the high wind and make your chocobo also fly, which Hamaguchi hopes will make certain parts less frustrating. Yes, I think flying chocobo made going around Nibelheim so much more enjoyable. Another way Final Fantasy VII Revelations team is keeping things fresh is by making sure that the goal and reward of the side content is clear, especially following feedback from Rebirth. One of the things that he thinks people got a little bit tired of, or maybe that's when they stepped away from the game, was on the world map. There's a lot of content. Sometimes you'd get rewards for like material when you finish that content, but for those people who just wanted to get those material rewards, they might feel like they have to do certain mini games even if they don't really want to. That is true. There were certain things like Black Matter that was tied to mini games in Gold Saucer, and you needed Black Matter in order to create the Genji equipment. I think we'll do a campaign for FF14 and get into it before the game releases. I think that would be really fun to jump in and play, and we have a lot of people that we could play with. There's a lot of our friends in the community that have been playing 14, and myself. I played 14 for years. Before, I was not making content on the game, but I was playing 14 a lot in 2018, 2019, and 2020. It wasn't until Remake came out that I kind of stopped playing 14, because that's when I started to make content. But realistically, I should have also been making content on 14. I just wasn't thinking about it. I was thinking too small term, you know? It is what it is. But I think there's a lot, because like I have a samurai that's max level, and I haven't even played Endwalker or Dawn Trail. And the reason why is because I did so much of the PvP. The Crystalline Conflict shit, like you would get levels out of that, I think. And I also did a lot of like dungeons and raids and shit with friends that I wasn't doing story content stuff, and you still get XP. And over time, I did so much of that I ended up reaching the max level in Dawn Trail without even, not Dawn Trail, sorry, Endwalker, without even actually starting the Endwalker story. So to remedy this, Hamaguchi says that the content in Revelation will match the reward that you're doing. Rewards that'll aid you in battle will be achieved through battle. A new Queen's Blood card will be earned through Queen's Blood, and so on. The hope is that the clarity will allow players to ignore the content they don't want to engage with. Okay, that's great. That's great. That's a good way to go about it too. I hope that there's more opponents for Queen's Blood. They did say that they're going to be putting Queen's Blood more in the Gold Saucer, I think. But I would love if Queen's Blood could get more NPCs in towns that we could play against. Kind of like the Triple Triad thing. Like there could be NPCs that you don't have to play, but some of them have really cool rewards, like really cool cards you can get. They're finding the right fits. When it comes to combat, Revelation's standout new feature is the fit system. That being said, The fits essentially act as a new job system that allows the likes of Cloud and Tifa to play something like a black mage as opposed to the brawlers people might typically typecast them as. Despite the visual flair of a new outfit, Gucci Man says the biggest influence on the new feature of the job system was as a Final Fantasy staple overall. You can't say that there's zero influence taken from the likes of 10-2 or Lightning Returns, Dress Spheres. The new feature hasn't been without its troubles. Hamaguchi jokes that adding the fit system reminded him about how hard it is to develop games these days. When you look at some of the early Final Fantasy games, you have a job system, you can put a lot in there, and while the developers of 14 have done a fantastic work in a variety of job classes over the years, bringing like 20 to 30 of them alone, Gucci Man jokes that you have a lot of open world games out there, and if you allow your party to follow you around, even though we only have 4 fits, we have a lot of characters, so it's a lot of work. I still want to know how deep the system of fits gonna go. Are there only gonna be 4 unique jobs that people can fit through and like switch up? Or will there be 4 unique ones per character? 14's pacing is horrible. It's bad. Dude, I'll be straight up. I'll be the first person to tell you right now. When I first started playing Final Fantasy 14 with my cousins, I skipped every cutscene. I skipped everything up until Shadowbringers. Halfway through Shadowbringers, I was like, wait a minute, this shit is kind of cool. And then I went back and I replayed it. But straight up, did not like A Realm Reborn. Heaven's Ward, I didn't really care for. Stormblood had a cool aesthetic and cool locations, but I skipped so much of that shit. I don't know what the actual story of FF14 is, and I'm probably going to piss off a lot of Final Fantasy 14 fans and people in the community that I've been playing the game longer than, but don't know as much of the story as them. Exactly, Rock Howard. Exactly. I played the raids. I played with friends, family. We had a good time playing the game, min-maxing shit. I remember at the end of Shadowbringers 5.1, I had one of the best samurai. I had like the best in slot shit. Like I think back then it was direct hit and skill speed focus was the main thing for samurais. I don't think it is anymore. I think now it's like crit and direct hit. No, it was crit and skill speed. And my global cooldown for my samurai was cracked. Like I was doing moves like insanely quick. They got rid of Kaiten? Damn! When did they do that? Did they at least replace it with something better? Is 14 hard to play solo? Not anymore, I don't think. I think that with Endwalker, they introduced... Or no, it was End of Shadowbringers. I think they introduced the trust system. And you could play the entire game, and when you have to queue up for a dungeon for a story-related thing, you can invite a trust party, which will use the character, like the NPC characters and party members to join you. And you can play with them, and they're pretty good. They don't stand in the fire. It can be kind of a cheat code, because all you really have to do is follow what they're doing, because they barely get hit, and stand where they're standing. Just make sure you always have a healer and a tank. Man, that makes me sad. I had an MMO mouse for 14, specifically for Samurai, and I used to do some dope shit with it. I had this really cool combo because a lot of Samurais weren't using the projectile and the dash attack with the Samurai, but I was using that shit to like bypass mechanics and like not stand in the fire, and also like stand in the fire for just a little bit longer than everybody else to get enough DPS and then retreat with it, because Samurai can backdash as well, and then you could dash in and out, and then you could throw the projectile. Like, it was a really cool system I had for Final Fantasy 14. I really liked that MMO mouse. It gave me a lot of flexibility. Yeah, that's my fault, you know, and I feel like I would like to give it a chance and go through it and properly understand it. But yeah, when we get to that, it'll be a fun time, I think, because it's not like I'll be going into the game blind, right? Like, I know how to play the game, and I was also really good at the game. I remember when Titania Extreme came out. Oh my fucking god. she was such a bitch. She was so bad. And we only beat her because my cousin had to switch to White Mage Healer and deal damage while healing. You'll probably have to link me a good recap, Flare, if you know of any good ones. Another thing that makes Revelation stand out from the other two installments is a proper endgame. While players seeking a challenge in Remake and Rebirth are typically directed towards playing New Game Plus, Revelation brings the challenge to your first playthrough, ready to tackle once you're powerful enough to do so. Really? I like that. Okay, yeah, we talked about that before, where like hard mode and like New Game Plus was going to be different, and once you beat the game you unlock the end game shit to like go ahead and tackle instead of focusing on switching to New Game Plus and then starting from there. So Revelation brings a challenge to your first playthrough, ready to tackle once you're powerful enough to do so. Hit my level 100, never look back. I don't think I did, Blair. Being a third entry in the trilogy, Hamaguchi, he asked how the team is using that to shape its approach to the end game, anticipating moments like fighting super bosses like Ruby and Emerald. Obviously, we're making it as an RPG. And I think one of the things that's fun about RPGs is having the characters you've leveled, you've customized, and brought them up to where they are, and using them to overcome difficult situations. So say you had this fight against a weapon, giant enemy, or something that's really cool. You go into it, and it's just a completely new mechanic or minigame. I think there are quite a few players who would come away with that feeling quite disappointed that it wasn't a reflection of the effort that they put into building something up to that point. But the general goal for our team and what we're thinking about is making these weapon fights is that we want to have the remake series combat system at its base and what they've been building up over these 3 games. Perhaps there's some extra gadgets and other things that will be adding new and unique to the weapon battle, but we want to have that foundation there as well. Man, how the fuck are they going to do these fights, man? These weapons are massive. You're going to be slapping their like ankles? Probably not. We'll be shrinking them. So there may be some mini games involved in parts of them, say at the beginning of one of the fights or something like that. I wouldn't say mini game. Don't say mini game. Say raid mechanics. There's gonna be some raid mechanics that you have to do in the beginning of the fights to mix things up a little bit. But the core battle is really focused on the characters that you have come through the rest of the game with as an RPG. Yeah, look how huge Sapphire is, man. You see, look at the cannon. Turn him into 4 Condor miniatures. Stomp. While there's plenty of exciting developments within FF7 itself, those unfolding outside the game and Square Enix are difficult to ignore. Okay, let's just talk about the physical stuff. Just reading through it, yeah, Sony's called to end production of disc production in 2028. Hamaguchi says, he talks about the game cards. Yeah, we talked about that already. He's a fan of physical media. Loves when people bring up stuff for autographs. We already got that. Internal discussions on what exact SKU product lineup is going to be, so he can't say anything definitive at the time of writing. Trying his best to allow us to have some sort of physical edition. So that doesn't sound as reassuring as his other comments in the previous article. So this was obviously before he asked the question again, and then he further elaborated on it. That's so fucking true. Subtext with the other the mini weapons, like the ones on like Medeo and shit. They look like fucking mini games. Tiny ass Barrett next to its foot. Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff are details that we already spoke about. Given that Final Fantasy VII, this is kind of unique. Given that FF7 marked the series' debut on disc, very true, because remember they were doing cartridges before, and that was the big reason why they decided to leave Nintendo, was because Nintendo wanted to continue doing cartridges, and FF7 would have been like a 10 cartridge game or some crazy shit. 3 discs. It's odd to think of a different FF7 game going on without it. That said, 7 launched on disc because the cartridge is no longer the best format for the game, and these days, given Square Enix's own strategy pivot, that would mean making the game as accessible as possible across multiple platforms as the industry settles into a way of working that's more about getting the most out of the average hardware rather than pushing the hardware's limits further. It'd be interesting to see what compromises Revelation can manage. He's optimistic for what Revelation can bring. Rebirth improves on Remake in a big way, but has him curious to see what part of the trilogy, what part 3 of the trilogy will have in store, and everything we've seen and heard about the right notes. Could Tifa be the third FF7 representative in Smash, although she appears in FF6? Tifa remains one of the most popular characters. I've been wanting to see that before Sephiroth was there, and I was kind of disappointed with how Sephiroth plays, if I could be real with you, in Smash. I would love to see it, but I mean, it depends. Is there going to be a new Smash? Are they going to drop Smash Ultimate Enhanced and it just basically be like rollback with the same characters and then a couple new characters? Maybe. I can see Cloud then doing the Fortnite thing though. I think that's kind of a lock. This is an article from 2 days ago. Hamaguchi on continuity and fan expectations. I think this is kind of the same conversation. I was going to skim through it because we are kind of like going on pretty long in this segment, longer than I would hope. This recent fan fest was in Berlin. Oh. Oh, okay, here we go. Welcome to Berlin. I want to ask you a lot of questions about Revelation, but obviously, you're here to announce the collaboration between 7 and 14. What's your initial reaction when Yoshida approached you for that collaboration? The starting point was when we were having conversations internally about the release dates of both Evercold and Revelation. And the release date windows are pretty close together. So the idea was that instead of keeping them completely separate, why don't we do something together that would really energize the Final Fantasy franchise as a whole? And I think, you know, both teams now are really on board with that and really are passionate about this. So I think it's something that Warriors of Light, Final Fantasy 14 players, are really going to be able to look forward to and enjoy. And is this him shaking Yoshi P's hand? Yoshi P was wearing this full armor. I imagine the development pipeline for a live service game like 14 is a lot different than what you're used to for the remake trilogy. What's it been like to get a taste of that side of development for 14? Gucci Mane says, this means the development cycle is just completely different. So it was very noticeable that obviously the way that they work with their schedule is different. You have the story set in stone by this date. You have to have the assets available by this date, etc., etc. For us, if we're making a boss, we can say, I think it would be interesting if we could allow this or do this, and that's fine. We can make a unique mechanic that allows us to do that and have that flexibility. But with an MMO, there are exceptions for a lot of things that can be tricky to manage. So it's about more of using established formats to come up with new and interesting ideas and working within those parameters. Yeah, the system, right? Because MMOs are tough and kind of like in a way, the best way I can kind of preface this, MMOs, any little thing you adjust or tweak or change affects so many characters across the board, so many metrics across the board. So you have to be well within, like you said, parameters so you don't fuck shit up. It's like in a MOBA. If you guys have ever played a MOBA, if you change one character and how they function, sure, it's just gonna adjust that character. But there are items in MOBAs that every character has access to and needs to use to build out their character. If you tweak that in any way, it could also completely shift how the entire game's meta works, which a lot of people don't like. So in an MMO, if you tweak a thing that a boss can do, you have to make sure that every character can counter it in some way as a team. I would lose my mind too, Flare. Having said though, both teams are extremely passionate and motivated, coming up with lots of ideas. So I do think that we're creating a lot of work for our development team. Obviously, you're towards the end of development for Revelation right now, but was there anything you learned from 14 that might give you some ideas to put into Revelation? I don't think so. The development work on Revelation had pretty much all been set in stone before this collaboration was decided, so there wasn't really anything in this that gave us to take back and put into the remake series. But as we were talking about earlier, it was really interesting to have this opportunity to work with a live game, an MMO, and look at that dev cycle. It was really fresh and new for us. And I think there's a lot that we can learn from that. Oh no. Hamaguchi's next title is a live service game. I'm joking. Yeah, we read this earlier. It's him talking about when he started to do remake and jumped into the team. Seven is a game that's beloved by many. I personally know a lot of people who have been waiting for Revelation to come out to play all three in one big go. We've been talking about this. Have you thought about what the experience is going to be like for people who play Remake, Rebirth, and Revelation back to back? So as somebody who can tell you that I've played Rebirth and then went back to Remake to play for my wife, it was a horrible experience. Going from Rebirth to Remake was bad. So I think these people going from Remake to Rebirth, it'll blow their mind. And then going from Rebirth to Revelation, it'll continue to blow your mind. So let's see what he thinks. Yeah, we do think about that. For example, if Remake, Rebirth, and Rev were all exactly the same gameplay experience, I think the player would get a bit tired of that. So his goal for gameplay experience between Remake, Rebirth, and Rev was to evolve, which I felt already. One of the things I really wanted to do as part of the gameplay experience is for players' perspectives to get higher and higher. So for example, in Remake, you have this really tight story-driven experience in Midgar, and one of our goals in Rebirth was to allow players to experience that sense of scale in FF7 in general by having a world map. And with Revelation, instead of that 2D exploration, we now have the added addition of height and the ability to explore with the high wind, jump out in parachutes, and even fly on your chocobo. That extra dimension gives a lot more exploration of the world map to make sure people don't just feel the same thing. And it's delivering that new and fresh gameplay experience. I'm fucking ready for that shit. Ready for that shit. I hope they keep all that shit too, my Tifa. I was sad when they got rid of Focus Strike. Focus Strike before it was designed to continuously loop people over and over again and get ATB refunded for Tifa. They nerfed that shit, which kind of broke my heart. But it's okay because, you know, Yuffie ended up being the one. So Tifa kind of got replaced in that sense for as like ATB regeneration, but I mean she's still strong as hell for generating stagger. That leads to my next question. The last third of FF7 sees players return to some of the locations we saw in Rebirth. What sort of design changes have you considered for these locations to still make them feel fresh in Revelation? It's not relevant to him talking about this because my aspect is going to be more story. We all agree that there's too many important story reveals in the last two chapters of Remake and Rebirth, and it can be overwhelming to play a game for as long as those chapters are compared to the others and trying to understand all of the inner workings of what's going on in the story. They need to spread that shit out. Lore drops, big moments, and character moments and stuff need to be spread out more in the game. Because in Rebirth, there was probably, I think from chapters 3 to 8, there wasn't anything crazy going on. Chapter 8, I think, or 9 it was, the one with Gungaga. That was like the crazy, oh shit chapter. And then that kind of went away for a little bit. Chapter 11 was going to be an oh shit chapter, but then Nibelheim kind of sucked. So chapters 13 and 14 being the ones that have all the story stuff was rough. That shit was not easy for a lot of people, including me, that I know the story, to keep up with what's happening, unfolding in front of me. And a lot of people, even with like Max, he didn't feel like he liked the ending until he sat on it for a couple days and then rewatched it and rediscovered things about it, right? So there's a lot in there. Too much. You need to spread some of that out. I don't know why Rebirth ended up being a 14 chapter game when Remake was an 18 chapter game. Maybe 2 more chapters at the end to spread that shit out would have been better, but go figure. We didn't even get to explore the Lost City, which we will do in the next game, but that was still disappointing. So this connects back to what I was saying. If you take the grasslands as an example, they were big, expansive, but they felt relatively flat. Wait, did I talk about this already? Yeah, fly to new places. But of course, exploring exactly the same place is a little boring. At quite an early point in the story of Revelation, the Black Materia... Bro, what the... I mean, we know this, but like, why is he just saying this shit? At an early point in the story of Revelation, the Black Materia takes effect and meteor appears in the sky. This causes the ground and the earth to change. So there will be changes to the terrain in some of the previous places. Of course, there will be similar quests that you can undertake as a mercenary, as in previous games. People are obviously a bit uneasy with the weapons and meteor in the sky, so there'll be a lot of things and quests that you can do to help them and resolve those issues. So I think that there's 3 points there. The terrain will be different. There'll be new ways of exploring the area, and there'll also be a lot of new content. Hopefully, I think that will give it a completely different feel to what you're able to explore in Rebirth. The ground will break. New mountains will be unleashed. That's interesting. So much earlier into the game, we will be doing the Northern Crater. And that is obviously where the Black Materia gets activated and the crew kind of goes into this oh shit moment. And Cloud kind of taps out for a little bit. He pieces out for a bit. There's a lot there. I wanted to ask about fan reactions. How closely do you follow the reception to each release? Oh, this is also interesting. Is there any feedback from the community that you decided to put into Revelation? I'm kind of busy with development, so I don't just sit there on social media or Reddit all day. Damn! Shots fired. I'm pretty sure he means Twitter and Reddit. But I do want to know what people think of the works that I created. So I do check it regularly. And I have 2 ways that I go about it. One of those, for example, is expectations of what people are looking forward to. And I know that for this time, it's going to be the ending. The conclusion of this storyline and the world. That is fodder for a lot of discussion. But this goes for RPGs, for books, and for films. Story-driven media isn't the kind of thing that you do by committee. You don't just put it out there and see fan opinions and change things and tweak it. You think the creative driving force behind the initial storyline is what it should be. I agree. How will Midgard look on the world map? It's going to be a tiny little circle pizza, and then when we step into it, it'll be massive. Just like the OG game, I hope. So although I do look at what people are saying about things, particularly when it comes to storyline, I don't make any changes based on, oh, this character seems really popular, I have to treat them better, I have to give them more focus. I don't do that. But I think that's the complete opposite in terms of gameplay and how to approach things in terms of how you want people to play in your overall vision. That is the same, I think, as a creative decision. When it comes to how people are able to engage with that, whether they find it hard to approach, what the user experience is like, and then you think that something that you can really improve on is by listening to fans and to players. When you have those conversations, I'm always thinking about how I can balance things better and evolve things further. He is right. Gameplay wise, that is where they've been tweaking things and adjusting things. And I feel like going from remake to rebirth, they did take some of my suggestions I felt like I've talked about in videos. So I think that is something that they'll probably keep as a regular staple, because we as fans, we're not dictating the story. We're not changing shit, nor should we want to, or nor that I care to, at least. I don't really care about that. I just want to see the story of how they want to, you know, make things play out. For example, I've seen there's a lot of comments on mini games after Rebirth came out. I didn't think that the answer was just to have fewer games in Revelation. The question is, how do we make them more engaging, more fun, and less frustrating? So that's something that we've been looking at, balancing, tweaking, and adjusting. In Revelation, we made some of them add difficulty levels so you can just adjust it, and others we also have the ability to say skip minigame entirely if it's one that doesn't work for you. One of the main things we think that it wasn't particularly balanced that well in Rebirth was the minigames. That was some of the rewards that actually helped you in battle and combat. There are people that didn't want to play the minigame, but they wanted the reward, so they felt like they forced themselves to do it. So one of the ways that they alleviated that was to have the rewards be something that's relevant to the minigame itself or be more of a cosmetic. Either way, it's not tied to battle. Great. Love that. Fantastic change. Learned a lot from player feedback on Rebirth, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what people say about Revelation. He ain't gonna change shit though, because it's gonna be done. He's gonna be moving on to FF17, which we might have to do another conversation on later. You could spend well over 100 hours playing Rebirth if you wanted to do something, and you wanted to do everything and had to see everything. Is playtime something that you think about when developing these games? We do keep playtime in mind when we're working on development, but I don't think it's what we should be focusing on above all of that stuff. When it comes to an open world game, I think it's about the level of freedom you have and the choices that you can make. You can break it down and say, well, the main story quest takes 40 hours and the side content takes 60 hours. I think that the players have a choice of whether they engage with that extra 60 hours of content or not. I think for games these days, it's important to think about what people and players are choosing to do. When you think about how many people have purchased the game, how many of those are going for 100+ hours and getting full completion rate? The answer is it's probably a very few of them. So one thing that we're being really careful of in Revelation as compared to Rebirth, if you had a 40% main story in Rebirth, 60% was side content, we're careful to say it's up to you if you want to engage with this. That's what they're changing in Revelation. I wonder if you get the rewards if you skip the minigames. Probably not, because they're not, it's just cosmetic shit. And like cards, for example, Cloud Return. Compared to Rebirth, you had a 40% main story, 60% side content. We're careful to say it's up to you whether or not you want to engage with this. As you mentioned earlier, because we have those battle related rewards in there, there were also certain types of trophies tied to completing everything. Even though we were telling people that they could choose whether to engage with it or not, people felt like they had to do everything in the game before moving on. Yeah, platinum completionists and also game log completionists. So in terms of content, Revelation has the same amount of content as Rebirth, but there are branching paths, maybe even more in terms of variation that players can experience. We made it so that rewards for the side content matches the content itself. So if you just go through and do your combat, you can focus purely on that. If you're like, I love Queen's Blood and I want to do everything there is to do with Queen's Blood, you can do that. If you're like, I love everything about FF7 remake series, you can go and do everything. But it's easier for people to choose and not feel like they're being forced down one path or another. And additionally, trophies have been balanced to be at a slightly easier level than they were in Rebirth. He said in another interview that if you skip the minigame, you do get the reward. Okay, that's confirmed. Gotcha. Thank you so much, my Tifa. That answers BltzZ question over on YouTube. I think that's really smart that they're making the minigame rewards relevant to what the minigame was. It just was weird that you can get black matter, this fucking space matter, from a chocobo race at the gold saucer, and then use that to create the most broken, one of the most broken items in the game. So that will be changed around. Maybe like now you'll get, you can get Black Matter if you beat a weapon. Makes more sense. To be honest, Black Matter rewarded from VR would have made more sense too. But I'm glad that they're tweaking that stuff, because that was a really big criticism a lot of people had with the game, which can feel overwhelming, especially with the way Johnny's challenges were set up and required you to do almost everything in the game and find secret shit. And they kind of alluded to bringing that back in the Highwind. There will be collectibles and a wall for us in the Highwind. There's a lot of people that hated the constant mini games, and it's like more about like, hey man, I want this reward. Why are you preventing me from getting this reward by making me go through this mini game? So the first 8-player raid is going to be the FF7 event for Evercold. That kind of confirms that. It's a full 3-tier raid, and the first part of it goes live in patch 8.01 after Evercold launches in January 2027. It will include 14's new raid difficulty as well, so you can challenge it on normal, savage, and the new in-between difficulty. Oh, so lower than savage but harder than normal. They said Toriyama is co-writing the story along the 14 scenario team. Nojima is story supervisor. So they confirm here Motomo Toriyama, he's like the biggest gooner on the team. He'll be writing the story scenario, and Kazushige Nojima will be overseeing it. That's interesting. Yeah, they confirmed that here. They just list all of his titles, so it sounds weird. Nojima, the writer for multiple Final Fantasy projects like Rebirth's main story, Stranger of Paradise, and the original FF7, is the story supervisor. I really don't think you should throw Stranger of Paradise in there, please. Could you have said like Final Fantasy X? Why would they fucking throw Stranger of Paradise in there? That doesn't make Kazushige Nojima look good, bro. To be fair, Nojima probably had other suggestions story-wise for Stranger of Paradise, but then the development team was like, let's do some creative shit. And that's the aspects of Stranger of Paradise that people remember. Mid-tier difficulty. Nomura is the art design, of course, art design supervisor. And he's taking a hands-on approach to ensure you get the FF7 feel from the raid monsters and bosses. Yes. Okay, and here are the actual official outfits. So Cloud's Advent Children outfit's already in there. I have that. I have Titus's outfit as well. I got Squall's. It took a lot of logins to get Squall's. I have Zidane's. I have Furian's. And I think that's it. I'm definitely getting the Tifa one. Hamaguchi held back on the raid story details, but did tease that a lot of FF7 characters will show up over the course of the series. Yes! They actual will show characters in there. I didn't think that they were going to do that. I thought we were just going to fight the bosses, but a lot of their characters will show up through the course of the series. This kind of crossover has become a common thing for 14. Previous raids include large-scale 24-person Ivalice raid series. I did that one before. Yeah. With the team A, B, and C, right? Final Fantasy 12, another equally large-scale series raid with Nier. Yeah. And then Dawn Trail did one for 11. And Evercold's 24-player raid will be with Evangelion. Really? That's kind of cool. Oh, speaking of Final Fantasy X. Knights of the Round Summon has been confirmed for Revelation, yeah. And we will be fighting them. We'll be fighting the Knights, and we'll be unlocking them as a summon. They confirmed that many times. Before Gucci left the stage, him and Yoshi P announced another FF7 adjacent feature coming to 14. They'll be reworking the Gold Saucer, nice, with the new activity Keybound Brawler. It's a typing minigame you can play with up to 3 players. They'll be adding other typing challenges in future updates. They said the format's easy to swap in themes with other collaborations, so they also tease a Dragon Quest one. Quiz battles, trivia challenges. Keybound Brawler's first reward is a glamour bundle featuring a Barret costume and a Tifa costume, which you can see above. Barret's glamour doesn't include the Gatling gun arm, but you can add it as a fashion accessory. Hey, sick. Machinist Barret. That's cool. This article confirmed a lot. I didn't know it was going to be the first thing coming to the game with the 0.01 patch. Great. Oh, and this was actually kind of funny. So, in this video, Yoshi P hinted that Hamaguchi might be working on 17. He says, I think it's one of the biggest compliments people were saying in the comments that they wish Hamaguchi's making 17. But you don't have to answer. And then he says, if I answer, and Yoshi P says, no, don't.
って書いてあったのがあなたにとっての最高の評価だと思いますので、そういうコメントたくさんありましたよというのをお伝えしておきます。
But there were comments along the lines of, I want this guy to make Final Fantasy 17. So I think that's probably the highest praise you can get.
答えなくていいから。
But you don't have to answer.
答えたら。さあそれでは、皆さん本当に長時間ありがとうございました。Thank you guys.
That's fucking funny. I think he will be. Just straight up with the how they keep poking fun about it like publicly, and he's obviously the new guy. Like he is the guy that has I'm just double checking, just confirming some things about this one. Yeah. Oh, it's all good, my Tifa. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, YouTube is now buffering, but that's weird because it says the internet connection is going out just fine. And there are no errors. What the fuck? Yeah, sign to go eat. I mean, yeah, can't complain with that, right? That sucks. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about, chat, and we will be back next week to kind of finish it up. I think I'm gonna start editing some of the talks that we had tonight into a video and release it, because I think we're good for that. It's working out good now. Now, Cash? Okay, good. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why YouTube would do that, because it's weird. Like, OBS and YouTube's dashboard both are not giving me any errors. So something has to be going on with them, because right now it says no network drop frames at all. No issues on the YouTube dashboard whatsoever. But you are absolutely right. I think I am going to call it there. I am pretty hungry right now. Oh, look who's playing FF7. Caleb Hart. Yeah, editing will be smooth. All right, you guys take care. I will see you all in Caleb Hart's chat.